Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world. Pull up a chair. It's time to get down to the business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black, and I'm glad to be with you all here this evening as we prepare to deal with tonight's subject here. And it's something that I wanted to talk about because it's very important that we explain and address the low value man, because a lot of you are very upset about that station, and just understand that is a condition. It is not a fact of life. It's a choice, not a condition. You see, in the world in which I come from here, you've got producers and then you've got workers. And while everybody works, that doesn't necessarily mean you're producing. So that's what we're going to deal with here tonight. We are going to address what that is. Now, a lot of you are unable to identify yourselves. You're either unable or unwilling to identify that, because that's a hard pill to swallow. Can we just be honest? In this day and age, and in this current era, a whole bunch of fellas, you got 2-3 generations of males who have been raised devoid of the aspects that make you a man. And let's just be very, very clear. Man is supposed to be another way of saying leader. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a synonym for leader. That's a hard thing for you to grasp onto, and that's a very painful thing to accept when you don't have any type of leadership qualities about you. You see, a man, whether it's a large circle or a small one, he's supposed to be looking for that niche, for that area. He's supposed to be looking for that spot for him to carve out as his own. A man is supposed to be looking for his dominion, his domain. It might be a big one, it might be a little one, but he's supposed to be looking for that area of dominance. That's what he's supposed to have. That area that he controls. That area that he sets the rules for. That's what it's supposed to be. And that is how you gain respect. Let's just be very, very clear. You might, because a bunch of you have confused respect with love, respect with like. You've also confused disrespect with hate. And that's going to be something that you're going to have to divorce yourself of that misnomer of. Folks may not hate you, but that doesn't mean they respect you. Just because you are not hated by these people around you, that doesn't automatically mean, oh, they respect me. Because the absence of hate does not directly correlate to the presence of love, necessarily. The absence of hate doesn't necessarily correlate to the presence of respect. Got a whole bunch of kids out there today, they like their parents, like their single mom, but they don't respect her. She's confused. She thinks the kid smiling at her and talking about how cool she is translates to respect, and it doesn't. Let me go ahead and introduce you to a couple of hard truths that you really got to understand here. So let's just be very, very clear about what that means. Fellas, first problem I want you to understand is that first sign of a man who's low value, if we will use that particular nomenclature, look it up. First sign there, let me tell you, it's a man who complains. That's going to be something that you need to look out for here when a man complains. See, complaining is going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem for you here. Because that's a sign of weakness. When you're complaining about what other people are saying about you, when you're complaining about how you're being treated. You see, you're supposed to have a game plan. What the man does is get together, he articulates a problem, but he doesn't sit there and complain about it. They need to treat me better. They need to stop treating me bad like that. Why y'all putting so much on me? Y'all are putting all this on me. Why y'all leaning on me so much? Putting so much on me. Why you denigrating the fellas? Why you denigrating the men? You know, you talking about being a producer. Why you doing that? Let me just make it clear to you. That communicates weakness down the line. That communicates weakness to women, and that communicates weakness to other men. It immediately communicates that you don't have any answers. Complaining is a plea for help. Complaining is a plea for mercy. Complaining is a plea, but it is not a strategy. So first and foremost, let's just get that out of the way. What I want to do here is so we make sure that we articulate this easily for everyone who is joining us. If you didn't join us last night, for when we were discussing women who play the field too long and what the big mistakes are that they make, last night I went through the process of explaining to you exactly what is it that constitutes female worth, and I characterized it in the bank of female value. And I explained to you what it is that constitutes female value to men, and really thus to the rest of the world. This is how it's judged. This is how it's weighed. This is how it's valued. It is immutable. You have no choice in the matter. You cannot circumvent it. You can't change it. You can't alter it. Ladies, you can complain and whine, but complaining and whining isn't really going to work for you a whole lot better than it is for the guys. As women, you were born with a bank account that matured over time, and when you hit your early 20s, that bank account was supposed to be ready for business. And if you have the full value in it, and I gave the example of 10 million, very high value, should be able to take care of anything you want. But a lot of you were making withdrawals from that account the entire time. So you can see on the left side of your screen what it was you were depositing into the account that gave it its value. For the first 22, 23, 25 years of your life, you were dropping in deposits. But a lot of you, you were also making withdrawals from this account. Instead of just putting in straight deposits and not touching it, you were making deposits, but you were also making bigger withdrawals. And in some cases, some of you didn't just withdraw, you got overdrafts. And you didn't know. So now it's been spelled out to you exactly what that is. And exactly what that means. But fellas, just like there is a bank of female value, there is also a bank of male value. And that bank of male value, fellas, a lot of you, because you were not given the skill sets you needed, your mama fumbled the damn ball, your daddy, if you knew who he was, didn't attribute anything positive to the situation here, so you just been cut loose in the world, and you just found out when you hit the ground that, oh hell, I don't have the necessary tools. I don't even have an accurate vocabulary with which to converse about the things I don't have. Not only do you not have them, you don't have the vocabulary to even converse about them. Now, for the bank of male value, the bank of male value is a bit different. Because you see, as males, it's impressed upon you that you need to do something. For females, it's different. They just have to breathe. But for males, you understand you're supposed to do something. And every man believes that he is making deposits in the bank of male value. Every man believes he is. Every man believes he is. But herein lies the problem. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to discuss what it is that gives you your value as a man so that you have a proper understanding of exactly what that is. So, here's what you've been depositing as a man. Here's what you've been depositing, and I think you'll notice that the list is markedly different than the one for females, so ladies, pay attention. Fellas, first and foremost, what you are depositing in your personal bank account of male value, first and foremost, is productivity, results, accomplishments. Call it what you will, we're talking about tangible benefits. Things that we can see and touch and feel. As a man, this is what you are supposed to be depositing in your account. This is the heavy investment. This is the gold bullion. This is what it is. As a man. As a man, you're supposed to be doing that. You see, that is what creates your value as a man. Being able to create tangibles. Being able to turn a tree into a house. Being able to turn iron into metal, weapons, automobiles, planes. Being able to turn rocks into concrete. Do you understand? Being able to turn a barren field into a farm. That's being productive. That is creating results. Don't get ahead of us here. Don't read down the list too quickly. I got to decipher this for you. Don't get ahead of us here. You need to stick with one point at a time. You got to master these one at a time. Don't try to get ahead of us. We're going to get there. Unlike other people, we got all night. And we're not making up some hypothesis. This isn't a hypothetical. This is real from people who are actually practicing it. So first and foremost, as a man, you'll be judged on productivity. You're going to be judged on your ability to deliver tangible, physical results. Next up, you are going to be judged on your ability to protect. Well, let me back up to productivity one more time, because some of you are going to be trying to dispute on that productivity thing. And you don't understand. Productivity registers to every person, and I'm putting this in a template that you will understand, because a lot of you are motivated by sex. Okay, fine. If that's going to motivate you, we'll work with that. It registers to every woman. Every woman can wrap her brain around whether or not you can deliver results. She can wrap her brain around your accomplishments or lack thereof. Every woman is able to comprehend and understand if you are truly productive or if you are not. Every woman can do that. It's not something that she has to work at, fight over. Any woman you meet anywhere, productivity is a universal language. Let's just get that out of the way. Productivity is a universal language. Being a productive man is a universal language. Doesn't matter what female you're talking to, she gonna get it. Period. Next up is protection. What good does it do for you to be able to produce if you cannot protect that which you have produced? What good does it do for a woman to get with a productive man if he cannot retain that which he has produced? How can she keep the benefits of it if he can't protect it? So therefore, your ability to protect it registers to her. Your ability to protect her. If you see her as one of your chief assets, your ability to protect it is going to be key. Is going to be key. Next up will be stability. Now that is a product of your ability to produce and protect. That's going to be an assumption. If you're able to produce and protect, the woman is going to assume stability. She's going to assume it. Whether it was ever communicated to you or not, it's going to be assumed that there's going to be stability, that this isn't something that just flashes into existence and then goes away. It's here 1 year, gone the next. You've got to have reliability. You've got to have stability. It is not simply enough to be a one-hit wonder. You can't just have a hit song. You've got to have a hit career. Next is going to be wisdom. Now that's going to be one that may upset some folks, because a lot of you, wisdom is something that happens with time and experience, learning, going through life, making mistakes, making enemies, making friends, knowing when to do it and when not to. So wisdom is important. Being able to make wise decisions. Being able to make decisions that translate to the best outcome, hopefully for all involved. That's going to be something to look for. That's why females value older men. Because when you are older, she assumes that that age is coupled with a certain degree and certain level of wisdom. She assumes it. Now, she might be wrong. But just understand, just like a guy assumes that if a woman got thick, fit thighs, that she know what to do with them, a woman assumes that if a man has reached a certain amount of age and productivity, that there is wisdom with that. She assumes it. Might be wrong, just like the fellas. Them thighs might not be able to do anything, but we assume based on what we're seeing, because they usually go hand in hand. Now understand, this is what most men think that they are making deposits into the bank of male value for. Next is intelligence. Now you all have to remember, I'm the guy who coined the phrase intelligent black society. I am the guy who laid the foundations of the vocabulary with which people speak about these things. So there's no way in the world that I don't have respect for intelligence, but I need you as men to understand, particularly the low value, unproductive, whatever you want to call it. For those who've been co-opting my phraseologies, you need to understand where the value truly falls in the hierarchy. You see, a lot of you have told yourselves that the chief deposit that you make is intelligence. But what you need to understand is that intelligence is an intangible. Because you see, like I tell you all the time, see, this is why so many of you get hoodwinked. You go to college to go get a, quote, degree. Because you think that you are getting education. Well, you are getting education. But are you getting something that will make you productive? They have a whole bunch of courses you can take. They have a whole bunch of classes you can take. You can go take classes for anything. But are those classes going to produce? See, there's a whole lot of, quote, intelligence you can gain in this world. But is it intelligence that produces? Floyd Mayweather Jr. may not be able to read or write. He can certainly count. He isn't the brightest bulb in the room. He's not the sharpest wit or intellect. But let me tell you, he's productive as hell. In his 40s and still producing. A woman can wrap her mind around that. You'll sit up here and be telling Floyd Mayweather about how much smarter you are while you get ready to get on the city bus to go to either your college class or your minimum wage job. And a woman is sitting there looking, the guy with the biggest brain and the biggest intellect has the least productivity. She can't eat your intelligence. She can't drink it. She can't wear it. She can't sleep in it. You can't decorate the walls. And a lot of you have been trying to make intelligence into its own religion so that it gives you amnesty against actually having to produce. So you all can sit up here and talk about ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet. You can talk about history. You can talk about philosophy. You can talk about astrology like a bunch of hoes, a bunch of palm readers. You can sit up here and baffle the world with that. But all you're really doing is intellectually masturbating. Y'all got to understand something. Women will sit there and make goo-goo eyes at you while you intellectually masturbate, but women know the difference between intellectual masturbation and productivity. They just tend to be a little more patient. But just understand, when she jumps up off of that couch from all that jive talking you've been doing, she's going to go looking for a producer. I know that's a little tough for you to hear, because what you want to hear is that as a man, you have intrinsic value. Fellas, there is nothing less sexy to a woman than a man approaching her, whining and complaining and mewling about his demand for intrinsic value. A woman can't value you intrinsically. She can value you physically. She can value you tangibly. She can't value you intrinsically. Women don't have a vocabulary that extends intrinsic value to a man. You don't have value to a woman or anybody else, by the way. As a man, you don't have value to a woman or anybody else, by the way. As a result of simply being. And if you were raised in a single mother home, you were probably not informed of that. You don't have intrinsic value as a man. You don't have it. There's no such animal as intrinsic value for a man. So that is why on the list of deposits, do you see how far down the list intelligence is? Because a lot of you don't have the intelligence that actually produces. You have intelligence that can pass a quiz or a trivia test. You don't have intelligence that's actually practical in the real world. Knowing your history is great and fine and wonderful. Knowing your history without a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, that's a problem. And if nobody's leveled with you about that, I'm here to be the first. Next on the list is looks. Oh man. Now this is gonna hurt the mama's boys, the little moist mama's boys, and the folks who wanna talk about swag. I know this is gonna hurt your feelings, and I'm here to stomp all over your damn feelings. You're welcome. You see, a lot of you, those of you who are still dealing with the emotional trauma from being in grade school, when you were in elementary school, middle school, high school, and you're still upset that because you were in an environment that wasn't based on financial productivity, the girls, they like the guys who were cute, and they like the football players, and damn all these hoes, I hate these. Well, a lot of y'all are really dealing with severe mommy issues and female hate issues because you didn't get the results. You're still dealing with unresolved childhood trauma from your public school days. Fellas, when you were in grade school, there was no financial requirement. Understand that. You need to go listen to that Cam song, even though he's made a lot of mistakes in life, but West Coast Cam still got love for him. That is until money came into the picture. Talks about being in school and everything else, and everything was going along great there. That is until money came into the picture. It wasn't in the picture the whole damn time. Understand that it wasn't in the picture the whole damn time. So when you're in grade school, you're starting off on a different level there. It's a smaller level. That's not the kind of thing that you need. What you need to keep in mind is that, these folks ain't really understanding it. All you can do is be a football player. All you can do is be cute. You don't have to actually produce. That's the problem. When you're in grade school, being cute is enough. When y'all exit grade school, welcome to the real damn world. And all of a sudden, it's gonna be an issue. All of a sudden, it's gonna be an issue. Looks don't matter. When a woman hits the real world, she starts prizing tangibles. You know why? Because she realizes that her looks don't really matter unless they directly translate into tangibles. Females in grade school, they understand real quick. Letting the damn football team run through them and all that mess. To hell with all that. Stop that. They figure out real quick being a cute girl doesn't really mean anything if it don't translate to tangibles. They start learning real quickly, I got a choice between attention. Now, the dumb females, for dumb women, attention is a form of currency. For intelligent females, and unfortunately too many of them get intelligent later in life now. They used to get intelligent right out of high school. Now they wait till their late 20s to start getting some sense after they make a bunch of dumb mistakes. But being cute doesn't matter if it's not directly tied to and attached to tangibles. That's why it doesn't work for women. So, guys, you can sit up here and focus on looking cute and whatnot, but just understand, for all you guys looking cute, those are the main ones who are on social media. The fellas with swag, the fellas who think they're cute, those are the main ones complaining about Their woman done cheated on them. Their woman done left them. Hypergamy. The black so-called manosphere, and that's really an oxymoron because they're not men, but the black malosphere, the black red pillars, it's a whole bunch of little cute dudes. Whole bunch of little cute little mama's boys complaining about female hypergamy. Whole squads of little cute fellas. And you see, for those of us who are middle-aged, we recognize them. Like 50 Cent said, damn, homie, you was the man back in high school. In high school, you was the man, homie. What the hell happened to you? Now you're out here in the real damn world, and you're on Facebook and Instagram and every damn thing else complaining with your high school football pictures and your Air Jordans. Remember, it's the dudes who complain most about what the women are doing. They got their Air Jordans, having a bit more grown up. So yeah, the little cute boys, the little pretty boys. Now they're grown up, they're on the internet, and can't keep a broad from running around behind their backs to save their lives. So much for being a pretty boy. So much for being a pretty boy. Last but not least, personality. And I have to tell you, this one is actually a personal pet peeve of mine. This idea that as a man, one of the deposits you make is personality. And don't get me wrong, personality is good if personality is defined as charisma. A man should have some charisma about him. It's not a problem. But just like intelligence or demanding that women should, quote, respect your intelligence based on your intellect and nothing else, that's the resort of unproductive nerds. And personality, demanding that women should respect you based on personality, is the resort of mama's boys who have nothing to offer but their bodies. That works for females. That doesn't work for males. Fellas, those of you talking about women respecting your personality, remember you've had them sit up here and call me talking about their damn personalities. Grown-ass men calling me talking about women should respect their personality. Nigga, what you trying to sell? Charm and poise? You see, women can sell charm and poise. You're a male. You ain't got nobody to sell your charm and poise to, is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't have anybody to sell your charm and poise to. And you're looking for a female that you can sell personality to. Personality is an intangible. Personality is an intangible. You're not going to be able to get her interested in it like that. It's an intangible. That's why so many of you get upset when you hear about that. Because in your mind, you think that this is an option. Hey, I love video games. Don't you see I have a fun personality? My personality is fun. We're amusing. It's fun. I got a fun personality. Fun. And in your mind, as for most of you, for you unproductive guys, this is how you envision expressing your personality to females. Oh, take a look at this. This is fun. This is fun. Personality. It's fun. And in your mind, that's how it works. That's how it works for you. But I want you to understand, this is how it looks in your mind. You want to know how it looks to your woman? Looks like this. This is how your personality looks to your woman. This is what your woman thinks of personality. This is what your woman thinks of your video game fetish. This is what your woman thinks of your anime collection. This is what your woman thinks of your manga collection. This is what your woman thinks of your shoe collection. Yeah, there's some immature hoes out there who haven't progressed past high school and they still looking for somebody with some tennis shoes. Grown ass women ain't looking for somebody with tennis shoes. She looking for somebody with work boots. She isn't looking for somebody who plays video games. She's looking for somebody who makes video games. Did you hear me, one? She's not looking for a video game consumer. She is looking for a video game producer. This is where you got the game twisted, messed up, train wrecked, and backwards. Your woman doesn't give a damn about your magnetic, fun personality. And you want her to value that because, truth be told, you don't have any tangibles to offer. That's why what I'm saying upsets you so badly, because you are a male trying to get respect on feminine terms. It doesn't work that way. Your woman isn't enthralled by your personality. If I'm the first one to tell you too damn bad. Your woman's not thrilled by that. You're sitting up here, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I help little old ladies across the street. Let me tell you, a woman values that right up until the rent and the electric bill shows up. Right until it's time to go to the store and she realizes she's doing all the paying for it. All of a sudden, your personality don't mean a damn thing. She gets her priorities together real fast. Yeah, it's hurting your feelings to hear that. But let's just keep it 100. You're saying that because you don't actually have anything tangible to offer, so you're trying to see if you can trade on some intangibles. Trying to see if you can get your woman interested in some moral support. So you wake up one day and you are trying to be the hoe in the relationship. Then wondering why you can't get no respect. Yeah, that's real damn tough for you to hear. Your personality is very low on the list of a woman's priorities. When you were in high school and money wasn't a factor and physical productivity wasn't really the priority, you could trade on your personality. Your personality can be whatever the hell it is. You need to start producing. Now, as men, as we get older, a man believes that he is making deposits in the bank of male value. That when he meets a woman, that all these things you see on this screen right now, he's making deposits. He might be making big ones. He might be making small ones. Here's the problem, fellas. Remember, with females, the amount that they're depositing is a given. They don't actually do a lot they can mess themselves out of it, but the amount that's put in is very large without a lot of work from them. For you as a man, the amount you're putting in is small. You got to earn everything you get. You don't get credit for $10 million. Every dollar you get credit for, you got to put in. Period. You got to put in. You're going to have to earn every bit of it. You don't get spotted 10 million or so. You have to earn or there is nothing there. That is all. You'll either earn it or there's nothing there. So get over that one relatively quickly. Get over it fast. You don't have a choice. On the other side of the ledger here, we're going to do this in such a way that it doesn't tip our hands too much, because I want to really get to this in its proper order. Let's take a look at the things that are withdrawals. These are the ways in which you can be withdrawing from the male bank of value, fellas. Here's how you are sitting up here hurting the male bank of value. And thank you to everyone who has contributed for tonight's Super Chat, Streamlabs, CashApp. Thank you very much for that as well. We appreciate that. Nasir, Harlem King 1, Thaddeus Jones, everybody else. We're going to go ahead and give you what you need. First of all, mediocre results. As you understand, now, when I talk about withdrawals, these are withdrawals that have varying degrees of value. They could be minor, they could be moderate. Now, these are not necessarily deal breakers. We'll get to the deal breakers later. But in the bank of male value, you start pulling value out when you start delivering mediocre results. You see, a woman wants to get the best she can, even if she doesn't deserve it, but she starts keeping score, fellas. Women keep score. They keep score when you're in elementary school, middle school, high school. If you weren't physically productive because you didn't have money to even it out, but if you weren't physically productive, if you were just the average dude, if you are the average guy, just understand you are depreciating the value of your account. You are depreciating the value of your asset. You're depreciating it. It's going down. Women don't respect average. Women tolerate average. They don't respect it. They tolerate it until a better option comes along. Let's be very clear. Women don't respect an average guy. The average guy is the one on Twitter and Facebook complaining that he came home and found his woman's high heels in the air because she was sleeping with the damn plumber or the neighbor. When you are mediocre, do you understand? By definition, mediocre means generic. Fellas, I'm trying to get you to understand something here. How in the world can you get a woman to value being generic? If you're a generic male, where is the value in it? How can you say that you're a higher value generic item? If you and your neighbor are the same, then at that point, looks become the tiebreaker. If you and the plumber are the same, then at that point, usefulness, being, quote, handy, or even, quote, being available becomes the tiebreaker. She might as well sleep with anybody because there isn't any actual real distinction between you and anyone else. That is why mediocre is so seductive, because you're trying to get everything you want with minimal effort. Fellas, minimal effort is a death sentence. Females in their proper biological role are the gatekeepers of genetics. Females are supposed to take the most valuable, profitable, productive males, and those are the ones they're supposed to procreate with to pass on the genes. Unfortunately, a bunch of screwed up females today are allowing the unproductive to procreate, but in their proper biological role, females are supposed to filter out the unproductive, the undesirable. Those who are not useful. Women are supposed to filter you out. Even if she got to double up and share a producer, she's supposed to eliminate the non-producers from the gene pool. That is a woman's biological prerogative, is to filter out the non-productive. Now, most of you females today, don't go patting yourselves on the back. You done fell down and failed on the damn job. But in your proper place, that's what you're supposed to be doing. And generic, women understand at a biological level that generic is the enemy. And women don't just dislike generic, they punish generic. As they should. As they should. Women punish being generic. A lot of you who are looking for an opportunity to be the least productive individual in the room, you're going to find this very, very offensive. Next up is going to be if you are emotionally excessive. As a man, you're supposed to lead with your accomplishments. You're supposed to be decisive. Your emotions are supposed to be tempered. The woman is supposed to be allowed to get in touch with her emotions. She's supposed to be able to deal with the world being informed by her emotions. A man isn't supposed to be informed by his emotions. His emotions are supposed to be informed by his knowledge. So when a woman sees a man who is emotionally excessive, too much emotion, then she's automatically going to recoil at that. You're emotionally excessive, being a clothes horse, being sensitive, whining, complaining. A woman might tolerate it, but she doesn't like it and she doesn't admire it. She understands, hey, you got this too much going on over here. So if you are a man who exhibits too much emotion, you will be penalized. But guess what? If you're a man who exhibits too little emotion, if you are emotionally limited, you'll be penalized for that too. So if you are a man who exhibits too much emotion or too little emotion, you can be penalized either way. Yeah, you're seeing that this list, as far as being a man, the requirements are different. Just understand the requirements are different. As a man, you notice, oh boy, the standards are different. The standards are tighter. Yes, you know why? Because you are supposed to be the person who gives out rewards. You are supposed to be the person who leads. You are supposed to be the person who doles out benefits. So more is expected of you. A woman wants a man who is emotionally disciplined. To a certain extent, you can afford to be emotionally detached, but at some point, you need to make sure women are informed by their emotions. You are going to have to at least periodically check in with your woman emotionally. You're going to have to connect to her emotionally. Otherwise, she doesn't have a connection to you. Now you've become emotionally generic. Now, to the unproductive, to the betas, to the shiftless, when they hear something like that, first thing they hear is, well, hell, as long as I don't have to produce nothing then. All I got to produce is smiles and feelings, and that's good enough. Okay, go fool yourself if you want to. When you're not at home, your woman ain't looking for a joystick. If nobody else kept it real with you, I am. Your woman ain't looking for a game controller when you ain't around. She's not. Fool yourself on that count if you want to. Next, if it is unproductive spending. Now, let me define exactly what I mean by unproductive spending. If you're a guy who makes, let's just say $200,000 a year, you make well over minimum wage, you are a top earner. A woman wants to see if the spending that you're doing is improving her life. Is it benefiting? Or are you a fellow who spends his money on rims, on shoes, consumer products? You're not investing it. You're not spending it on anything that enhances her life or even your own. You spend it on amusements. You spend it on baubles and trinkets. But you have unproductive spending. You're basically like a male hoarder. You see, women understand that they do a bunch of reckless spending. Women understand that. They get that. Women understand it. But when she starts seeing those traits in a man, that's going to be a negative. Now you're making withdrawals from the bank. It might not be a deal breaker, but just understand, she's keeping score. She's keeping score. Whether you think it's a great idea or not. Next up is being unambitious. A woman wants to be with a winner. A woman wants to be with a competitor. She wants to be with a man who gets up in the morning and he's competing. That doesn't mean you got to be Olympic level, but she wants to be with a competitor. She wants to be with a guy who's out there in some regard or some level. She wants to be with a guy who's kicking ass and taking names. That's what makes you a status symbol. That's what makes you her dragon. She wants to be with a man who is in some level he's climbing. Something's getting done. He's beating somebody at something. She doesn't feel like she's with the fella at the bottom of the pile. The problem with average is that's the bottom of the pile, fellas. Your woman doesn't feel like she's distinguished by being in your company. You have to make that register with her. You have to be ambitious so that it registers to her that she's not at the bottom of the pile. Doesn't mean you got to be Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, but you've got to be the Bill Gates of your block. Understand that, fellas. Maybe you can't be the Bill Gates of planet Earth, but you can be the Bill Gates of Flatbush Avenue. You can be the Bill Gates of 101st Street. You can be the Bill Gates of your block. You can do that. Oh, hell, I'm taking away all the damn excuses, ain't I? Man, I'm taking away all the excuses. Man. Next up is mommy issues. Now, women are naturally nurturers by nature. So they're going to have lenience for a fellow who loves his mama and shows vestiges of that. But guys, mommy issues are never sexy. Mommy issues can metastasize. Mommy issues can turn into bigger problems. Mommy issues don't communicate leadership. Mommy issues don't communicate assertiveness. Mommy issues usually is another form of whining. It's another form of complaining. And she'll be okay if she can pat your damn hand and nurture you through that. All right. But you better phase out of that quick. You can go there every once in a while, but you can't stay there. You can't stay on mommy issues. Looking for a woman to take care of you. Looking for a woman to coddle you. No. Now you're expressing mommy issues. Or hostility towards women. You're one of these fellows on the internet constantly referring to women as bees and hoes and all this old stuff. That's mommy issues. And you're going to need a high amount of productivity to get her to overlook that. Last but not least is weight gain. Now, this one is a nuanced one because the physical requirements of a man are not the same as the physical requirements of a woman. So just like a football team can have a running back and a quarterback, and also have linebackers. So weight gain is a relative term. Of course, if you're obese, that's going to be a problem. You know, you coming through the door looking like Bruce. All right, problem. Coming through the door looking like the Clumps. All right. But for a man, there's going to be a little bit more of a relative term for it there. But just understand that can be a problem. That can be a problem. Well, we're done with the easy ones to a certain degree. Now we gotta get to the automatic losses. You have withdrawals, but fellas, just like the females can have automatic overdrafts. She got 2 and 3 kids, if you're a woman, for the bank of female value, if you got a kid, boom, automatic overdraft. You just liquidated the whole account. You're going to have to build it back up again. A woman with a kid, boom, automatic overdraft. Well, fellas, as men, you got overdrafts too. Now, the first one is failure. Now, I know it'll sound a little bit 80s cartoonish, but let's be very, very clear. Women punish failure. Failure is an unforgivable sin. Failure is a sin, and it is unforgivable. What do I define as failure? I define it the way women do. If you're a man who's got some wins and some losses, you got losses, but you're not a failure. There is a difference between failing and being a failure. Since if I need to go ahead and break it down and articulate it better, there's a difference between failing and being a failure. There's a difference between those two things. So you need to be aware of that. What it means to be a failure. A failure is someone who either has never had a win, and that's going to upset a lot of you guys because a lot of y'all have been Casey at the bat. You've been swinging your whole damn lives and ain't nothing really worked out. You've been swinging for the fences your whole life, but you've never had a win. Hate to break this to you, you will be punished for that. Why? Because that means that you have a problem and that you have demonstrated that you are unable to solve your problem. Women reward problem solvers. But if you are a man who is inept, incompetent, or unable to solve problems, you will be punished for that. So if you have no wins, that means you were never able to become a coach who had a winning playbook or a winning game plan. You will be punished. Or if you are a man who something has happened and you are now defeated. That life has done something to you, it knocked you down, and now you stayed down. A woman understands that sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Sometimes you're going to get knocked down. She wants to see, did what knocked you down keep you down? And when you have been totally defeated, that's it, game over. That's it, game over. At that point, she starts looking for the exits. She starts looking for the exits because at that point, you don't have anything else to offer. You've demonstrated that you are defeated. A woman can forgive many things. She cannot forgive being defeated. Because her ability to survive is going to be directly tied and connected to your productivity, to your ambition, to your courageousness. Her ability to survive is hitched to it. And if she is hitched to a lion that either no longer can or no longer will fight for his own survival, then if she doesn't want to perish along with you, she's going to go looking for someone who can. That's not my opinion. Those are brutal biological realities. And the fellas who complain most about that is not like you've ever had any wins. I'm never going to have somebody call me up and say, dude, I make $200,000 a year and she didn't appreciate that. No, it's always the fella. I make $36,000. I make $30,000 a year and she was cheating on me with everybody. Okay, fella, well, that's your lot in life. You got a chick who operates at the level that you're on. In the chat room, Sharina, just like with women, it depends. If mediocre results become large enough to become failure, yeah, that can be an overdraft. If you're emotionally excessive to the point it costs her things, yeah, that can progress into an overdraft. It sure can. So that's what I'm saying. In small amounts is one thing, but those things in large enough amount or combined with others, yeah, they could add up to an overdraft. But it's harder for a man. It is harder for a productive man to accumulate an overdraft. Now, the unproductive, they take L's all the time. So for the guy who is already unproductive, he doesn't have a whole lot of margin for error to begin with. So yes, it works like it does with the females, just a little bit different. Next, fellas, your benefits don't outweigh your liabilities. That's going to be a tough one for you to take there, but the benefits don't outweigh the liabilities. There is an unspoken I've taught you all about this, and all the other folk out there who like to steal my stuff, they're going to reword this, so they can go ahead and thank me now. There is an unspoken assumption that every female makes that getting with you as a man is going to improve her life. She has that unspoken expectation that getting with you is going to improve her lot in life. And when you demonstrate to her that the liability, in her case, remember what the liability is for women. Remember what the liability is for them. For women, remember, age. Age is a liability. If a woman's giving you years, that's the benefit she's giving you. She's giving you years. Then now it doesn't outweigh the liabilities. And you've got to make sure that that's not the case. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, women keep score. That's what they're keeping score of. As a man, when the benefits no longer outweigh the liabilities, that's it. She starts weighing other things. Oh, I'm hurting feelings. I'm making folk mad. There were some people who clicked off the video. They didn't like that. They didn't like me saying that because you want to believe that women give men intrinsic value. No, they don't. As a man, nobody looks at your big, grown, hairy ass looking to extend intrinsic value to you. And they are going to look to see what is the benefit of knowing you. What is the benefit of being in your presence? What's the benefit of being around you? What is the benefit? And a woman is going to make concrete, immediate decisions about just how much she's going to extend to you if the benefits don't outweigh the liabilities of being around you. You see, you can be emotionally excessive. That's a liability as long as the benefits keep pace. As long as the benefits keep pace, you can be emotionally excessive. You can have unproductive spending. Hell, you can even be unambitious. But the benefits of being around you better not get outweighed by the liabilities. Yeah, the stuff overdraft, actually you can do those things, but you better not break that second rule. Those things, remember I already explained this before to Sharina, those things up there in the upper area, they better not get so big that they constitute failure, and they better not get so bad that they outweigh the benefits. They better not get so bad that they outweigh the benefits. That's a point for you to keep in mind. Women are keeping score of that. And they will let you know one day that the benefits didn't outweigh the liability. But can we just be totally honest? Fellas, a woman ain't never snuck up on you with that. You've never had a woman who snuck that in on you. If you weren't meeting the threshold of productivity, you knew. If you got down in your feelings and you got down in the dumps and you weren't producing and your liabilities started to outweigh your benefits, you knew. You knew. You were just hoping that she would click over into mommy mode and just, nurture you forever as long as you want to sulk in it. But let's just be very clear, fellas, you know if you're not upholding it. You know if you're not producing. You know if you ain't doing it right. You know it. Don't test that for any real length of time. That's not something you really want to do. Next, if for the males out here, your male withdrawals, the overdrafts at the bank of male value. Oh, fellas. Oh, man. Now, this is one that really, really gets him here. And by the way, I'll just go ahead and pull this all the way up so you can see it there. By the way, that last one is obesity. Like I said, if you Bruce, that's probably going to be an overdraft, but that's with an asterisk. But yeah, if you Bruce, it can be a problem. Last but not least here is giving another woman superior benefits. Let's just be very clear about something. Women are a financial burden. They know that. And that's why a man cannot afford to be a financial burden to a woman. See, a woman knows she's a financial burden. She knows that. Women understand that. Women understand that they don't contribute to a relationship proportional to what a man does. Women know that. Women know full damn well they don't bring to the table what we bring to the table. For productive men, for you low-level guys, I'm going to get to you in a minute here. But yeah, except you low-level guys. But a woman understands that. All you guys who sit around here whining and moaning and complaining about that, please. Women understand they don't bring the same thing. They understand that. So as a man, when we are discussing here about being a financial burden, you see, when a man becomes a financial burden to a woman, she's now no longer able to distinguish you from a woman. Or worse, she's no longer able to distinguish you from a child. She's no longer able to make that distinction. That's what you need to understand. You don't want it to be a situation where she can't make the distinction between you and another woman. She understands, women understand as a matter of being that they're financial burdens. What they hope is that they are worth the burden. But the woman understands that the level of benefits that she provides to a man isn't proportional to the level of benefits that a producer provides to her. She knows that. She knows all she brought was her body. She brought her body and her personality. She understands a body and a personality can't keep up with a damn me Rolls Royce. She understands a body and a personality is a commodity. She gets that. Women aren't foolish about that. They understand it. As men, we're supposed to understand it too and work within the framework. It's not supposed to be something you sit up here and argue about. Wait a minute now, they ain't worth that. Please, women understand that they don't bring the same level of benefit to us that we bring to them. That's why we are the leaders. Some fellas don't like to finish that statement out. They don't do the same thing that we do. That's why we lead. He's trying to figure out how he can be a damn follower or be equal to her and simultaneously get to lead. It don't work that way. But a woman understands that. Women understand that. And that's why she knows that what she provides is limited. So she isn't surprised when a producer expects greater benefits than she's able to compensate him with. She's not surprised about that, but understand what the deal breaker is, fellas. You see, I didn't say a woman gonna love it. I didn't say she's gonna agree with it. A woman will forgive you if you are a producer. She will forgive you for having another female. What she will not forgive you for, it don't matter what level of productivity you are, she is not gonna forgive you for giving another woman superior benefits to her. Now that she isn't gonna take. When you make an obvious concrete gesture that this woman you've been telling is number one ain't really number one, she number two, she number three, you got her a Michael Kors, but you got the other chick a Prada. You bought her a Nissan, but you bought the other chick a Navigator. At that point, you have committed an unforgivable sin. That's it. That's a deal breaker. That's an overdraft. You're not going to be able to walk that one backwards. That's a heinous act of disrespect. Remember, even Wendy Williams chiseled jaw. Remember that? Wendy Williams tolerated her husband till he bought the side chick a Ferrari. Remember that? Wendy Williams tolerated all her husband's hijinks. Soon as he bought the side chick a Ferrari, oh, nigga, you got to go. You got to go. Oh, hell no. This dude had a whole nother family, and she still didn't leave him. Do you understand that? He had a whole nother family. And she still didn't leave him until he came back until she saw the receipts from the Ferrari dealership. Then she was like, oh, hell no. No, you took it too damn far. That was when she said, all right, let me call this lawyer. We're done. Let me call this lawyer. Fellas, understand something. That's an overdraft. That's an overdraft. Your chick is going to be upset and throw some furniture if she sees you bought the other broad an iPhone. She's not going to trip on that. But you better understand, women respect the pecking order. She is going to look at the level of benefits that you provide, and then she's going to look at the liabilities, and she's going to make a decision. But that is the other thing I want you to understand here as well. That is the other part of this that you need to understand. You see, for women, other habits, hobbies, whatever the hell you want to do, those are not deal breakers unless she is not properly compensated for it. That's what goes back to the benefits don't outweigh the liabilities. Nothing's a deal breaker for women are very resilient. Nothing's a deal breaker as long as she feels she's getting the value that she deserves. You see, there's a level of value that a woman believes that she brings to a relationship. Now understand that. There is a level of value that she believes she brings. And as long as you are rewarding her commensurate and concurrent with the level of value that she believes she is worth, then she'll be hard pressed to leave for something as minor as another woman. Now, let me just make sure very, very clear about this. As long as your woman is getting the level of value that she believes she is worth. Keywords, the level that she believes it. Now, as long as she's getting what she believes she's supposed to get, as a man, you're supposed to know what that is. Fellas, you know if you got a Calvin Klein chick, and you also know if you got a Chanel chick. You know if that's what she's worth. If she's the Chanel chick, long as she's got her Chanel, you have registered to her, that's the value that she sees herself at, and why is she around if you don't agree? If you don't agree that's the level of value that she has, what the hell is she doing there? That's another problem. No, I'm going to deal with this here tonight. To the low-level guys, to the low-value fellas, y'all got to understand here. See, you all haven't done enough to earn these things. This is what's going to upset you. You haven't done enough to earn this. Everything that you hear upsets you. Everything that you hear triggers you. Everything that you hear bothers you. And the reason that everything that you hear bothers you is because you understand it's ever present. It's omnipresent. When you get out of bed in the morning, your inadequacies are on display. You know that you are vulnerable. And what you really hate is when people start articulating it. Oh, I upset some more people. Some more folks checked out. Some more people just checked out. Man. Some more people just left because that hit them where they live. See, you thought it was a safe place on the internet. You thought the internet was where all the failures aggregate. And you're right, a lot of failures aggregate online, but a lot of successes aggregate there too. A lot of failures get together online, but a lot of guys who accomplish things and get the job done and succeed, they congregate here too. Some of you are just telling yourselves, well, YouTube is just a safe place where I can be the best failure I can be. Oh boy. No, I'm hurting feelings now. They thought it was a safe zone to be a punk. Found out the hard way, that ain't gonna happen. Now they're gonna be mad. Let me dissuade you of a few misconceptions here right quick. For those of you who believe that looks matter, for those of you who believe that name recognition matters, let me go ahead and divorce you of a few of these erroneous notions. This is Delonte West on both sides of the screen. Former player in the NBA. Former star. Now he's walking the streets of Dallas. Homeless. Looking like he's got a drug habit. It's been rough on Delonte. It's been rough. I want to blow this up so you can see. You can actually go see the article. There was a post on TMZ. Somebody took a picture of him. He's out there, and this isn't actually new, to be totally honest. Delonte been having issues for a minute. Fellas, let's make something very, very clear. If you believe that looks can save you, if you believe that name recognition can save you, if you believe that notoriety can save you, that's all that the woman wants, you better damn well think again. You better think again. You see, for a woman, if she's got a nice figure and a nice personality, then yeah, that'll work. For a woman, if she brings a nice figure and a nice personality and no money. To the guys listening to me right now, what I'm about to say here tonight is going to be ultra controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway because nobody else has the guts or the courage to go there. to all the men listening to me right now, fellas, if you met a chick who was homeless and built like Ashanti, or whatever other female you like, Tiana Taylor, whatever. If you met a female who was built like that and was homeless, what would you think? Would that be a deterrent? If she homeless but got a nice figure and a nice personality, would that be a deal breaker? A woman who, if she's homeless, but she got a banging figure and a nice personality, and we're assuming no emotional issues, because, just saying, I know most people who are homeless got emotional issues, but let's just say hypothetically she doesn't. I'm just saying, fellas, the fact that she's got no money, that's not a deterrent to a man. That's not a deterrent to a man. I'm not talking about the chicks out here carrying a bunch of kids and a drug habit. I'm just talking about at face. If y'all found out tomorrow morning that Ashanti was down on her damn luck or whatever, that's not going to be a deterrent to you trying to holler. So fellas, just stop it. Now, ladies, for men, she don't have to have money. She doesn't have to have money. If she brings herself and her personality, if those fit the bill, that's it. Does that work for women the same way? To all the women listening to me right now, does that work for you the same way? If a fella is well known, take a look on your screen. He's well known. He's got six-pack abs. I mean, the nigga ain't been eating, so. He's got six-pack abs. He's well known, but he ain't got no money. He's not able to produce. How's that gonna work out, ladies? Are you willing to overlook his lack of finances, financial productivity? Are you willing to overlook that? The way that men overlook that for women? Are you willing? Do his six-pack abs get you to overlook his lack of everything else? Can he have no productivity, swag and six-pack abs, but he's financially destitute? Let's just be very clear about how the pecking order works and what the hierarchy really is. Because what you see on your screen right there, and I think he's got a kid with some woman, I believe so, but just understand right there, you notice who ain't out there with him? Do you notice who's not out there with him? Does Delonte West have a kid? To all my NBA heads out there, does Delonte have a kid? I want to get an answer to that question right quick. I saw some Google photos, and it was with him with some woman. Some real light-skinned baby. But does Delonte West have a kid? To all my NBA fans, my NBA heads watching right now, I gotta wait for this thing to catch up so you all can hear that. Does he have a kid with some chick? Does he have a kid with somebody? In my chat room, they're saying yes. Okay? Because I want to say, I seen pictures of him with a boy. Yeah, with a little boy, little light-skinned kid. Y'all seen pictures of Delonte West getting beat up. By the way, he got beat up on one street corner for threatening somebody allegedly. But do you know who you don't see out there panhandling on that street corner with him? Do you know who you don't see out there? Oh, am I making y'all upset? Do you know who's not out there on that street corner panhandling and struggling with him? Let me hear it for all the fellas who think your personality is gonna carry you, who think that six-pack abs, all you gotta do is get that and keep your sex game together, and that's gonna override everything else. Yeah, old dude, six-pack abs, notoriety, everything else. His money is crap right now. He struggles by himself. Your woman will stick with you through job loss. Your woman will stick with you through weight gain. Your woman will stick with you through not making it to the top of the box office, not making an NBA championship. Your woman will stick with you through all of that. Your woman ain't gonna stick with you through struggling. Or should I say through failing? She'll stick with you through all those other things, but when it comes to begging and panhandling, you will do that alone. You will do that alone. A woman is not going to extend to you that type of leeway. Believe that if you want to. She's not going to extend to you that type of leeway. Especially if y'all got a young child, especially if she's under the age of 40. Let's just keep it 100. She's gonna be like, I'll be damned. I hustled them draws to get you. I'll hustle them damn things again. She will make a believer out of you. If she hustled them draws to get you, she will hustle them draws to get another one. If you put her back against the wall, and if it really just got to come down to it. So the requirements for a woman are not the same as for a man. Fellas, you can't sit here and say, well, if having a nice figure is what makes a man want to keep a woman, well, that's all I gotta bring for a woman. And if all a woman needs is a nice figure and a nice personality, that'll work for me. That'll work for me. You're gonna get a rude ass awakening. You're gonna get a rude ass awakening. And just understand that some of these things may creep up on you. And I understand that too. You got to be aware, for example, mediocre results. If you fail to be able to upgrade a woman's life, just be clear. She's counting. She's counting the dollars. She's counting the years. Women count time because women understand they're on a clock. Women understand that they're on a clock, and by the time they hit their 30s, they are frantic because if they're not where they need, if they are not at least 50%, 75% of the way where they need to be by their 30s, they understand they only got 10 years. See, for a man, we can stretch out the time frame of us becoming productive. We can stretch that into our damn 50s. A woman can't do that. She's got from the age of 18 to 35, and if something may happen, the odds are outrageously against her. So, fellas, she doesn't have the option of giving you leeway for mediocre results. She doesn't have that option. You might wish she did, but she does not have that option. And all these things that you've done here at the Bank of Male Value, you might tell yourself that you're going to get leeway. You might have been raised by a single mom who made you believe that there's such an animal as swag or that that animal has value. She may have even really screwed you over and taught you that as a male, you have intrinsic value the way a female does. She might have really screwed you up. But just understand, you don't have intrinsic value as a male. You don't have it. You've got achieved value. You don't have intrinsic value. I want to know who disagrees. I don't want calls from my regulars on this. I want to free up the phone lines here. If you are a low value male, if you, and we're not doing the posing thing here, if you're a low value male, it's about time you went ahead and gave us a phone call here. If you believe as a man that you possess intrinsic value, if you believe as a man that you are not, that your value doesn't come, that your value to the world doesn't come from what you produce, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the business. Don't just say in the chat room that you're low value. Go ahead and give us a call. This is your time. I would like to make sure folks don't call in just to amen it and say, Jason, I sure do agree with what you got to say, because I'm just going to keep it short. I want the folks here who are living under illusions, who believe that something I have said is wrong. I want to leave the phone lines open so that they can go ahead and call us up and they can discuss that. Because the delusion that a lot of you have been living under here is that you've got intrinsic value. That somehow you're being treated unfairly. You're being treated unjustly. Let me be very, very clear about this. And the reason why I use females as an analog for this is because if you can't satisfy a woman, how the hell are you going to satisfy the rest of the world? If you can't make a one woman, at least initially, satisfied with your level of productivity, how the hell are you going to do it for the rest of the world? How are you going to do it for all of us men out here, who our standards are going to be a lot more strict? You see, a woman can break up a relationship. You do something that the men don't like, man, look here, we can end your job, we can end your investment, we can end your future hopes, your dreams, we can cut all that off. As men, we can cut all of that off. We're going to go ahead and open up the phone lines here. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the business. Let me get caller from area code 786. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Turn off your speakers. Don't turn them down. Turn them completely off.
Hi, my name's Jeff. I'm from Miami.
And you sound like an underachiever, Jeff. What's on your mind?
Nah, man. I was just listening to the show, man, for the first time ever. And I was agreeing with what you were saying, bro. I was agreeing.
Okay. Thank you for giving us a call. I don't want people calling in to amen. Not looking for anybody to amen what I have to say. I got the phone lines open. This is the only place that does this. For the fellas, if you are underachieving, if you are low level, low value, low income, low ambition, if you disagree with what you've heard here tonight and you believe your value comes from something other than producing tangibles, the number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. This is your time to go ahead and give us a call about that. I got the phone lines open for that. Oh, by the way, if you're a female, If you are a female who disagrees, I might take a couple who agree. It just depends, but I don't want a bunch of folk amening. Go ahead and give us a call as well. Let me get caller from area code 202. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mr. Black, man, this the Buck Horse from D.C. Ain't no question about that. Mr. Black, how you doing, man? I respect everything that you be talking about. Sometimes I don't agree with you on certain things, but I got to give you your props, though, bro. And nevertheless, yes, what you were talking about, yes, I really do agree with it. And these females better recognize that it's ordained by God Almighty himself. I know you're not about no spiritualism, no religion. I never heard you talk about that, but I'm all Hebrew. But
Okay.
at the end of the day, though, Mr. Black, man.
Well, thank you for agreeing with us here, but folks, I'm looking for people. I don't need an attaboy added, okay? If you are low value, low rent, low productivity, give us a call. Caller from area code 216. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, TVA. It's John Brown from Cleveland, Ohio.
John Brown. Interesting name.
Yep. I got a question. My question is, what are some constructive ways to produce $10K a month?
Okay. First thing I need to ask you is, what do you excel at? What is your skill?
Well, I would say my skills are I always seek a challenge.
Okay, that's not a skill. That's not a skill. That's a personality trait. That's personality. I said a skill.
Manual labor.
What type of manual labor, sir?
Primarily warehouse work.
Okay. How old are you, John?
22.
Okay, you're 22 years old. The schools might not teach this to you all properly. Are you familiar with the AFL-CIO?
No.
Okay, this labor union. For those of you who do not know about Samuel Gompers in particular, Samuel Gompers, when he helped organize what became the AFL-CIO, you have to understand there were rules that he set down for what qualified you to join the union. The first rule was that you had to have a trade. You had to have a skill. Having a strong back and strong hands, that ain't enough. You have to join the union, you had to actually have this is back in the early 20th, late 1800s, early 20th century. You had to have a skill. You had to have an actual skill, because if you were an unskilled worker, the union didn't have any leverage with the company because you were too easy to replace. So the people who actually had skills, the welders, the plumbers, the pipe trades, even the truckers, you got a skill. You can't just bring somebody off the street and say, here, pick up that box, like a temp worker. Temp workers can't form a union. They're too easy to replace. They have no leverage. So first and foremost, brother, you got no leverage. So it would be impossible we can't increase zero. So you have to have something to leverage. If you don't already have money in the bank to go experiment with, you've got no leverage. So you either need to have money or a skill that makes money.
Okay.
Now, you said that you said you like to do manual labor. Why have you not gotten the skill? Plumbing, carpentry, pipe trades, electrician. You can have all that within 12 months. Why haven't you done that?
I haven't done that because I haven't spent my money properly in the past. I have saved money, but
do you have any
not
kids?
enough to attend. No kids.
Okay. Right now, you are at the prime point of your life where you're supposed to be digging deep right now, stockpiling your money, and right now you're quite frankly, you're pissing away years. This is the worst thing you can be doing. You would be bet. How much money do you have in the bank?
I don't have any money.
Okay, you just said you had
savings in the bank,
okay,
but
he just said he
no,
did.
no, Sir, I have a portfolio.
Portfolio
A
what?
Robinhood account. Stocks. Stock investments.
Okay. That's putting money in somebody else's hands. How much money are you making off of your Robinhood account?
I'm not completely sure. I just kind of
Brother,
get an arbitrary amount.
Okay. Here's what we need. We need some direction, okay? Robinhood is not a retirement plan. How much do you own in stocks?
$2,500.
Okay, so you don't even have enough to get started. Even if you want to be a day trader, you don't have enough to get started for that. You need to have something else that underwrites all this. What do you do for a living currently?
Amazon delivery driver.
Okay. Do you own your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you're one of the contractors.
No, I work directly for a third party. I don't work directly for Amazon. I work for a third party.
Okay, well you work
company.
Then you work. Okay, then you work for a contractor then.
Yes.
Okay. While that's not bad, the only problem is if you can't franchise that, it's going to be limited. So you do have a certain level of freedom and autonomy, but if you can't franchise it, it's going to be limited. Because some of the FedEx drivers, FedEx has a lot of that type of contracting as well. But without that, it's going to be limited. So right now, you're doing a bit better than Uber. How much are you making a week? That's not good.
Around I'd say anywhere between $400 to $500 a week.
Okay, brother, you'd be better off working at Sonic. I don't know what's going on over there, but you'd be better off working at Sonic if that's the best you can get. What you need to do is Jeff Bezos is the richest dude in the world. He could certainly pay a hell of a lot more than that. If they don't want to do that, leave it where it is. Right now, as black men in particular, black men need to divorce themselves from the idea that we can afford to be unskilled workers. Driving a car is not a skill. We need to actually have skills and trades and things that we specialize in. Things that are not easily replaced. That's important. Without that, you don't have anything. So what I'm going to recommend to you here is you need to go to trade school. You're good with your hand. If you're good with your hands, brother, there's too much you can do. Why in the world would you be driving for them? You could be an electrician and making 10 times that. Oh, yeah, and don't have to do a bunch of driving around like that either. And dropping off packages and fighting dogs and everything else. So right now it's a waste. What you need to do right now is go to trade school. If you don't qualify for financial aid, then you need to get a second job so that you can get the money to pay for it. But right now, and that's the other thing, you went to Amazon because you want to drive for a living, correct?
No, actually, sir, I started off in the Amazon warehouse.
Okay.
I was a line worker.
That's a damn plantation. That's a plantation. Brother, why don't you get your CDL?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't you just get your CDL?
Yes, sir. I was thinking about that, sir. I've been listening to you for a while. I've been hearing a lot of good things from those guys.
If you're going to drive for a living, then at least drive for something that's going to pay you commensurate to what you're doing. So go get your CDL. Stop bull jiving around.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Please do give us a call again. By the way, your high-value posers do not give out this type of advice. They can't give you advice you can actually use. Book a session is not advice. Caller from area code 678. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Niren calling from Stone Mountain.
Okay, Niren, what is on your mind? You called last night.
Hey, well, I had a question about the, two things. To the brother who called who just called a few seconds ago, cleaning restoration industry is actually a good entry-level industry to get into. I've been doing that for about 10 years now. I started with the BP.
Okay, not really interested in that kind of thing. Did you have a question or something about being low value, sir? Not taking general comments. Let's go ahead and get to it.
Yes. materialism versus minimalism. Now, you often, and I was listening to some of your previous videos where you talk about the a person who's in the 27th percentile making $60,000 a year, and a person who is in the $100,000 a year is in the 13% percentile. Now, what I've noticed is that a person who is trying to have that American dream image, their expenses is usually about $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Now, couldn't you just minimalize that American dream image and save the $2,000 to $3,000 a month?
Okay, Niren, you're going on and on, brother. Can you just wrap it up? Because I'm lost now. Make it quick, or I got to move on,
okay.
bro. This is really meandering. What's your point?
Sorry. I was just saying, reduce your expenses. Meaning, okay, because you're always saying about the BMW 6 Series and having a nice $300,000 house. But if you had the $150,000 house and the 2002 Escalade all paid for, then you have enough savings and discretionary cash flow to be able to, step yourself up. Pretty much.
Okay, here's the question. The problem is when we get low-income black males, low productivity, low ambition, they tend to want to prattle on for a while. Here's the problem, Niren. The problem is, do you want to drive a 2002 Escalade for the rest of your life? That's the only question I want to ask.
No.
Okay, so the question becomes, what is your pathway to getting to the 2020 Escalade in the year 2020? What's the game plan, since we just acknowledged 2002? Yeah, we could do that, but that ain't really up to code and up to speed. So how do we get to the best in life, or is the goal to eat the crumbs in life?
Well, the goal would be able to say, okay, well, I can't afford the 2020 Escalade, but let me drive this 2002 for 5 years and save the money, and then I can buy that 2025.
Okay, that's a given. That's a given. So what's your point?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a revelation. That's a given.
No,
What's your point?
Yeah, so I was just saying,
okay,
for the low value.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Folks, we're not here to be repetitive about that. That's a given. You shouldn't overspend. I literally gave that point tonight. Folks, this is not, the lines are not open for you to call in. Well, Jason, let me be remedial and repetitive. I just wanted to co-sign and, bring it away. Folks, let's not do that. All I'm going to do is clown you. Call of Mary Code 281. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Tony from Houston, Texas.
Tony from Houston. What is it?
You were talking about the women.
What is it, Tony?
I live in Houston.
There's of course. No, Tony. You don't actually live in Houston. Now, do you?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Why you say that?
The last time I talked to you, didn't you say you live somewhere else?
No. That's not me. That's another one. This is my first time calling.
Okay,
I was saying, since I'm in a large city, I don't see no value in these women because there's so many.
Okay, you sure do talk like the other Tony. You sound like him, and you're saying the exact same stuff that he was saying. So if you're not the other Tony from that suburb of Houston, you'll damn sure do. But go ahead and lay it on me, Tony. Why is it you don't see value in the? Why is it you don't see value in the women of Houston? This I want to hear.
Because there's so many of them. We got the $40 special on this and that. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I don't know what you mean.
It's so many of them here.
I don't know what you mean. There's, quote, so many of them.
I don't like. Well, it's you've been here. It's a big city. All I got to do is go outside, and if I really want somebody, I just talk to her. It's that easy.
Okay, let me just tell you something. If a woman is just that easy, all you got to do is talk to her, that's not the kind of chick I want. If her only qualification is a fella just walk up and talk to her, that's not the kind of chick I want.
They're not all low-level chicks either. They be in the Walmart, coming after work around 6. They may be in their little business suits. I get their numbers, too. I get the low-level to the
okay,
upper
well,
level when I'm...
Okay, that's great, Tony. Let me find out here. What was Did you have a question or something? Or you
was
just wanted
talking about the women. Like, why should we? I mean, when you're in a big city, you really don't have to settle down. That's what I'm trying to tell the fellas. You don't have to settle if you're in a big city. Am I right?
Okay, first you said you don't have to settle down. Then you said you don't have to settle.
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Both. You don't have to. If you're in a big city like this, like you don't. Everything is for you. You stay single, bring them in, give them the boot, hit and run. I listened to Tom Likas back in the day. I don't know if you know Tom Likas.
Yeah, this is clown show stuff, man. I mean, I hit them and run. That's what. Okay, brother.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is only hoes operate that way. So that's great advice if all you want is hoes. That doesn't work for decent females. That doesn't work for quality women. What you're saying works with gutter trash and hoes. So you're giving gutter hoe advice.
But they're not all hoes. I had a relationship for 5 years.
Okay, brother, if the only thing you brought was your mouth and she was down for it, them hoes. Y'all are trying to elevate the definition of hoes. Though you just described a hoe, and then when I said, "Oh, those are hoes," no, I don't deal with hoes. You just described hoes. That was it. If you didn't know, now you know. Those are hoes.
I mean, I understand that, but you've been to Houston. You in New Orleans, so you know the deal.
I'm not in New Orleans.
You know what's going on down here, dude.
I'm not in New Orleans, but first of all, you and Tom Likas are not talking about the same thing. That's the first thing. People shouldn't quote Tom
Likas always say, "Don't spend over $40 on a
People
date."
should not quote Tom Likas unless they understand Tom Likas. And this is what I mean by especially black males. Y'all sound real clownish and buffoonish quoting Tom Likas. Just like y'all sound silly quoting Rolla Tomasi and Richard Cooper. I was about to say Richard Spencer, but close enough. Y'all sound real cartoonish. Tom Likas and you are not on the same level. When Tom Likas talks about picking up chicks, he means something totally different than what you mean. You two are using the same words, but Tom doesn't mean it the way you do. He doesn't mean it anywhere close to what you do. We're talking about a guy here who associates with Playboy centerfolds. You ain't never come close to Instagram model, much less Playboy centerfold. So he's using a vocabulary you understand, but you and Tom don't mean it the same way. Y'all don't run in the same circles. So when he talks about, quote, even when he uses the word chick, female, girl, y'all mean something different. When he says $40, he means $40 coming from the hand of Tom Likas. That means something totally different than $40 coming from the hand of Tony in the 3rd Ward. Totally different.
I mean, what would be the benefits for a man to settle down in a city such as Houston, the 4th largest city in the South? I mean, the 4th largest city in America. Number one, it depends on your definition of settle down, and number two, it depends on what you aspire to in life. So, what do you mean by settle down? Getting married and chilling with. I mean, getting married. Yeah. Okay, so the only question next is, do you desire to get married? Sometimes. Okay, then this is a superfluous, pointless discussion. You're arguing but not
against.
All the time,
no, it is okay for you. It is for you because you just expressed you don't really want to get married, so you have nothing to argue about. Nobody is demanding that you get married. Nobody's requiring it. You might have met one of them gutter chicks who was looking for a sucker, and if you said no and avoided that, congratulations. But the bottom line is the world's going to keep turning just fine if Tony gets married or not. So it's a non-issue. But my advice is to young men is, I mean, if you're going to find a woman, make y'all be equally yoked, but other than that, you need to and that's a misnomer too, as a matter of fact. There's more bad advice. A man should not, when you start off the discussion talking about equality with a woman, and I understand the Bible means that in a spiritual sense, because it definitely does preach about patriarchy, which is good, but that's not the way y'all use it. You all, just like with Tom Likas, you all don't mean it as the man is leader. You mean it as, hey, we both get along groovy, or what you mean, well, she make as much money as I do. No, you should be making twice as much as she does, because I don't want equality. See, that's the difference between me and Tony. Me and Tom Likas understand it. Tony doesn't understand it. I don't want equality. I want leadership. And leadership ain't free. Leadership gets quality. And a chick who can be talked into bed with a sentence.
I promise, it wasn't this hard.
Tony, there was no way in the world that even back in the 90s, you wasn't talking to college professors, attorneys, certified public accountants. You weren't talking to nobody like that, dude. You meant what you said the first time. The chick coming out of Walmart and Family Dollar. That's what you meant. You meant that when you said that. And I'm like, hey, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, don't confuse that with women of value, women of quality. Don't confuse what you do with quality women. You got easy women, not quality.
The quality women want you to jump through too many.
Oh, okay. There it is. There it is. All right. Now we get
too much. They like,
now we get to it. There you go. There you go.
I mean, that's why.
All right. There it is.
Walmart and the gas.
There it is. All right. I just wanted to make sure we had a clear understanding. I ain't hating on it. Dude, I'm not hating on it. Go to Family Dollar. Everything's $1. Dollar General, Dollar First, Dollar Tree, wherever your spot is, bruh. Post up. Grab all them husky broads. Do your thing. But I'm just saying, I just want to make sure we're all very clear where you go and what you qualify for. That we don't call that money over here. We don't call that money over here. No offense, no shade. No offense, no shade, none whatsoever. I'm just saying, you're not going to pick, it's very unlikely that you're going to get a quality female waltzing or waddling out of Family Dollar. She's going to be easy for sex, but that's what low quality means. Everybody can get it. That's the difference between low quality and high quality. Low quality is a mass market product. High quality is a niche product. Everybody can't get this.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, that's true. That's
I'm just
true
saying,
right
the chicks you freaking with, I wouldn't give them the time of day. Now for Tony just wants to lay up and head out, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But just understand that those chicks wouldn't get the time of day over here. And that's because all she can do is lay on the back. And she's dumb enough to do it without anybody offering any tangibles. Because I don't give a damn where you are on this planet. Halle Berry is screwed off in the damn head, but she wants something resembling tangibles. Tony Braxton, same thing. Tamar Braxton, same thing. Even if they don't necessarily qualify for it, at least they ain't dealing with dudes who are just offering, well, baby, let me spit some game. They want something. Now, they're having to sleep with the damn backup dancers because they ruined everything with the mainline dudes. But the bottom line is, no matter where you're at, a woman who's got some quality or value about her, she's going to demand something tangible. And what you are talking about, you don't need anything tangible.
The more I can get it. Like if I just say, I'm coming over, I just say, are you ready? Like I never talk to them a lot. So yeah, I kind of like only give them attention when I want to hit.
Right, and I'm just saying but here's the thing, bruh. She sleeps with everybody. You're not special. You are one among many. The chicks who do that, that's hood rats. They sleep with everybody. So if you're okay having community panties, that's your thing, bruh. That's your thing. But as soon as you talking about, I just come over. Bruh.
Some of them be with me every day.
Bruh, hood rats sleep with 2-3 niggas a day. What you talking about?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
How old are you, Tony?
I'm 47.
Okay, nigga, you too old to be talking like this. Hood rats sleep with 2-3 niggas a day. How do you think they rack up so many damn kids and STDs, bruh? You the one who's new. Thank you for giving us a call here. Brothers, look here. Don't y'all confuse them hood rats with quality women. I'm not talking about that. But I'm glad he said about low value. That's it. When you're low value, you get hoes. When you're low value, you get hoes. You get hoes, you get sluts, you get hood rats, and then you call up other dudes talking about, man, he ain't talking about no dimes. He's talking about some City Bay looking chicks, man. They all over the place, man. They all over the place. Yeah, hoes have always been all over the place. They've always been freely available. That's not news. Caller from area code 562. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing? This is Elton from Long Beach, California.
Elton from Long Beach. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I wanted to just add on to what you said.
Okay, I don't want to add.
I'm a little bit.
I don't want to add on to it though, brother. Did you have a question, a comment, or something you disagreed with?
I have a comment.
Okay, did you have a comment about something you disagreed with? Because I really want to keep the phone lines open for people who have a question or a dispute. I don't really want a bunch of folks just calling in and say, hey, I really agree with that, because then they're trying to tell people what they know, and I've already covered it. So did you have something that you didn't agree with?
Then that's it, and you have a good day, brother.
All right, thank you very much for giving us a call. Folks, I want everybody who's on the line right now, if you just want to call in and say, yeah, Jason, I really agree with that. Okay, thank you very much. I will accept your agreement in advance, but I really need you to hang up. I really don't want anybody on the line who just wants to call in to add a boy. Everybody listening on Blog Talk right now is able to hear me, so if you just called up to say, yeah, Jason, I really agree with that there, hang up. Not interested in getting attaboys. Just hang up. Caller from area code 786. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay. He was trying to figure out whether he wanted to say anything anymore or not. Caller from area code 305. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. Put down the crack pipe.
Okay,
What is your name? Where you calling from?
I was just making sure it was me.
Okay, take your phone off speaker. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get your phone off speaker. You got a lot of background noise. I don't know if you're at the car wash. Let's get your act together.
Yeah, I'm outside, bro. I ain't in the crib, man. But you can hear me better now?
Why don't you put the phone up next to your face?
All right. Yeah, okay. You can hear me better now?
Yeah, low intellect, low IQ, low value. What is your name? Where you calling from?
My name Ron, bro. I'm calling from Miami.
Your name is Ron from Miami, and what did you want to take issue with?
I'm probably, I think I'm a low value man.
I'm pretty sure you are. I'm pretty sure you are. Let me just say that from the get-go. Yeah, you are. Let's just go ahead and get the details.
But yeah, man. So, I mean,
how much do you make a month?
A month? To add it all up, shit, man, like $5,000 a month.
How much do you make a week?
A week? I bring home like $1,000. It varies depending on my hours. So I bring home like sometimes $1,100, sometimes no more than $1,100. So
okay, how old are
sometimes you? Like I'm 20, just turned 27.
Okay, you just turned 27. You're bringing home $1,000 a week. That's not too bad, but we could probably do a little bit. We could probably, obviously, living in Miami, you're getting skunked down there, so we guys definitely step our game up. Do you have any kids?
No, sir, no kids.
Okay, well, at least you don't have any kids. Well, do you have any kids, or you just don't have any kids you're claiming?
No, I have no kids in general.
Okay. Well, you're 27 years old. Yeah. You're making $1,000 a week. That's not bad. You ain't struggling. You don't have any kids. You don't have anything holding you back. But right now, you're average. And that's a very dangerous place to be in, especially in Miami. Been all up and down North Miami, Miami Beach. Folks don't even know.
I'm from Opelika, man.
Okay. I promised everybody last time I was going to get away from that, but head on down Interstate 95. You're going to see what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, though. That, all heading up down the beach area, North Miami. It's really blowing up. They are really doing, Miami is pretty much practically built out. when you take a look at Brick L and things like that. And so, even in the outskirts now, man, they're building out everywhere. So 50,000.
It's Cuban City now, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're getting ahead of me. But anybody who has been out there, if you're 2 or 3 miles from the beach, it's basically the hood. It doesn't matter where you at. So the money is all really aggregated on the beaches, but it ain't nothing to see Bentleys and Maybachs going by all the time. Here's the issue. The issue is their 50,000 is average. 50,000 is average. So the real question is, all right, what are we going to do to get from 50,000 to 100? Because right now, I don't want to necessarily, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway, even though he's a little ditzy. I'm not going to necessarily say you're low value, but I am going to say you're not a producer, you're average, and that puts you in a highly vulnerable position. Because you're in a place, I mean, let's just say it like it is, bro. You know this. My dudes in Miami understand the females down there are all on the prowl. They are all hunting for one of them cats making a couple $1 million a year, and it's everywhere. The resorts are going up. The 5-star hotels are going up like dominoes everywhere you go down there. Now, you know for a fact when I'm telling this the truth, all the way till you get back to 95. So it's not a game and it's not a joke. So everybody down there is trying to figure out who got the bag. And that's who the benefits are going to. Everybody else is just sitting out here having to deal with the crackheads and the meth heads and trying to look like it's okay. But let's just say it very, very clear. Them chicks down there are looking for producers. So my question is, bruh, at 27 years old, what's the pathway to 100 G's?
I mean, right now, just right before while I was listening to you, I mean, I'm just doing little things right now, trying to build up. I'm making edibles, and it's legal down here. So I'm making edibles. I'm selling shungite products and everything, making little elite shungite bracelets. I'm just trying to do little things, man. I want to go back to school and go back to being an electrician.
Yes. That's the first smart thing he said. The first smart thing he said is being an electrician. If I saw one resort going up, I saw 10. If I saw one, I saw 10. And I mean, it's all back on the strip now. They got them all backed up on the strip and everything, bruh. So if I saw one, I saw 10. So definitely for those of y'all who are able to build and get in on that, that's where you need to be at. You can't do edibles because what that tells me is you smoke weed. I'm not going to judge you about that, brother. But what I'm going to tell you, man, is that's not a growth market. That's not going to be a growth market. And the reason it's not going to be a growth market is because the white folk, hell, in California and Los Angeles, the damn Argentinians or Armenians got that locked up as far as the contracts and stuff like that.
That's why, but that's why, I'm stepped into that game and everything, trying to stick, because it's like down here, man, all these dispensaries, like all of them crackers, man, all of them Cuban, and they got right on it as soon as they as soon as they gave, okay, you could get your medical marijuana card, they opened up dispensaries the next day.
Right, but the market's too saturated though, bro. You got too many people trying to get in on that. That's the real problem. Is too many people who are mid-level funded, not multinational corporations, but you got too many people who got $2-3 million to put into it. So I'm just saying it's too, it's one thing if you're Snoop Dogg and you got a big name for yourself at something else. So you're walking in with name recognition. You don't have that. So all you would really do is just have a little dinky side hustle, but there's no pathway to making $100,000 with that either. I'm saying I understand it, but there's not really a pathway to getting that. These other folk got it locked up, and they're going to get help having it locked up too. So it's not competitive enough. Where skill sets are concerned, that's different. See, you can't replicate skills the way you can marijuana. You can grow marijuana. You can't grow electricians. You can't grow carpenters. Mm-hmm. You can't grow plumbers. You can't grow truck drivers. Elon Musk is going to be working on that self-driving truck for the next 20 years. You can't grow those. You can grow weed, but you can't grow somebody with a skill set. You can't grow that.
Also, I'm also looking into, I got my, not certified, but I can't shoot. But I'm about to even thinking about at least becoming a trainer. So I'm just
No, you're too. Yeah, that's the problem, bro. That's what I mean. Y'all need to put. That's another reason why. No offense, y'all need to put the weed down, because that's another thing that low level males do. Escapism. You need to be sober, man. You need to be stone cold sober all the time, because all these escapist mechanisms you're using, whether it's weed, sex, or whatever, is dulling your senses from seeing that you're not being competitive. What you're wandering from one thought to another, and that's okay during recreation time. The problem with people who smoke weed is that their recreation time expands to 23 hours of the day. And you really need your recreation time to be very low, very, very limited, so that you can stay stone cold sober and concentrate, which is what's not happening. You're just wandering from one thing to another. If a thought interests you, you latch on for a couple of minutes and then you let it go. In order to succeed at anything in life, you have to invest years of dedicated, constant, consistent effort. And you just articulated that you're not going to do that. So first thing, get rid of everything that prevents you from doing that. Weed, video games, anime. You need to focus in one direction and concentrate all of your energies in that direction so you can perfect it, so you can make it valuable. And then the money, you don't even have to fight to make the money. Money is a side effect of excelling. If you are great at what you do, not good, great. Money is just a side effect. But you can't be great if you wander and bounce from one thing to another. And unfortunately, dudes who smoke weed, they're very good for bouncing from one thing to another. So they watch years fall off the calendar and don't produce. And right now, if you're doing $50,000 a year, you're doing all right. But bruh, it's time to step your game up. While you
80.
I don't give it. You ain't gonna. No, you're not gonna embellish it, because that's why I asked you how much you made a week. So you've already confirmed the 50, bruh. Right now, the next 10 years of your life need to be dedicated to doubling your income every 5 years. You need to be dedicated to doubling it every 5 years. So by the time you hit 40, you got enough coming in that you are straight. Nobody's going to be able to throw you any curveballs. And as time goes down, you can start winding it down and not having to work so hard, because as you get older, you're not going to be able to do things the way you used to. So don't make a plan to keep working. Make a plan to get out the game.
Right.
Right now, you need a skill set. You want to go to be an electrician? I highly advise you to do that. Hell, I was at a resort down there in Miami here a few months back, and I'll be damned, the plumbing was screwed up in not one but two of the rooms. So I damn sure know they need a plumber there. I can tell you that. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 321. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason, it's Maurice, and yeah, I guess I'm low value then.
Maybe. How old are you?
33.
How much money do you make a week?
So, not great. Put it that way.
Okay, that's not a number.
I would say, and you said in a week. I guess. Well, I get paid every 2 weeks, so let me just use that. Like, I guess 1,000 or so.
You make $1,000 every 2 weeks.
About that, because I got a child support too, so I'm counting that.
Okay.
Without the child support, it's more than that.
So, okay, and what city are you in?
Orlando.
All right, you live in Orlando. That's not good. Do you live in Orlando proper?
Yeah, I'm right in there. I'm right there by the Millennium Mall.
Okay, you're over there by the Mall of the Millennia. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you are not in a poor area, so that tells me it's. And I notice a lot of that Florida's starting to get a lot like California in that regard. Dudes are sitting on their laurels and letting things pass them by. Everybody just wants to get a cute Latina chick, and then the place is just gentrifying the hell out of everybody. So, not a lot of good there going on. So let me find out here. Let me find out here, okay? Okay, just stop. What do you do for a living?
What I do for a living? I work at the hospital, Orlando Health.
Okay, what do you do with Orlando Health?
I just do medical records, but I'm trying to get into cybersecurity. That's what I want to go into next. Get my certification in that.
Okay.
And obviously, growth in what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm just doing that for some money.
Yeah, that's the real thing. I mean, bro, you're in your 30s right now, and I mean, what's been the hold up? Wait a minute, what ethnicity was she?
No, she was black. No, I don't think I'm a black girl. Yeah, my daughter's full black.
Okay.
So
how old's your daughter?
Yeah, she'll be 9. I did marry her baby's mother.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. That's great. Y'all were married and everything. Although if it didn't last, I'll give you credit as much as I can for it. Here's the problem. And I'm pointing this out because it's a reality. My folks in Florida, and I know I'm having to give y'all as much hell as everybody else. Yeah, I do hold a little bit of a grudge about what DeSantis did about singling out people from Louisiana. So I'm not going to make bones about that between Florida and Texas. I'm holding a bit of a grudge this year, full disclosure. But what I will tell you, bro, I mean, just in all honesty, and I'm telling the truth about this. It's been a whole lot. I just got off the phone with a fella from Miami. Just got off the phone with him. And I'm just saying, a lot of my brothers been bull jiving around there because even before you got married, let me ask you, what was the plan before you got married? What was the plan for yourself?
I'm not going to be front about it. If it wasn't for my daughter, I think I'd be worse than where I am now. I ain't had no plan. I was just trying to fuck. I'm keeping it real.
No, I mean, I understand that because in a lot of ways there, and I've talked about that before, Millennium Mall, Florida Mall, it's not a problem to see a bunch of black males walking around. It's looking like damn me Lenox Mall in Atlanta. It's starting to look like Lenox Mall now. Niggas is walking around there, looking like they're auditioning. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. They're looking like they're auditioning for something. So I'm seeing a bunch of dudes chasing interracial sex. I'm seeing a bunch of dudes with no real plan. And the real thing is, like, the females, you got to understand, the females peak in their 20s. For the males, y'all are supposed to be taking off in your 20s. Y'all are supposed to be hitting your stride and taking off so that you can peak. I mean, Well, slow down.
Yeah, you're right.
So you can peak in your 30s. So you can start really hitting I shouldn't say peak in your 30s, so you really hit your stride in your 30s. You're supposed to be taking off in your 20s, hit that stride in your 30s, so that you are just running out the rails by the time you get to your 40s. And unfortunately, what tends to happen is y'all tend to screw off those early 20s and stuff. And don't get me wrong, it's kind of like, in many ways, Florida is like California. In California, I've already told y'all, in California, they got some of the baddest broads. I'm not going to lie about it. California's got some of the baddest broads you're going to see. I mean, just when you talk about bad broads, California's the standard. It just is. Florida, in many ways, is the California of the East Coast. So when it comes to females, you got some bad broads there. But the issue is dudes make that a goal to get a chick, not to get power for themselves. So the females are a side effect. And so as long as they get in their 20s, I got a bad bro. And I don't even have to ask about your chick. I guarantee she was, a size 6? I can probably guarantee it.
Nah. I got an 8.
Okay.
I don't deal with no ugly chicks. Now I got the game to pull them.
Okay. So size 6, size 8, that's cool.
I know, but you right about LA. The girl flew me out to LA.
Yeah.
It felt like Florida.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, like I say, it's not a bunch of bad-looking broads like that, especially for a guy like me from the deep South. And then you go to some place like California or Florida, then you realize ain't a problem. Go up to Georgia, they start getting bigger. Up in the Carolinas, City Bay. Then they start thinning out when you get back up towards, when you go through Virginia, they're still big up there. They start thinning out when you get near Philadelphia and New York. But be that as it may, there's a lot of distractions, man. There's a lot of distractions there, and it can really take you off your game. So right now, you're in your 30s. You got a 9-year-old daughter. How much money you got in the bank? That's never a good sign. That's never, when somebody asks you how much money you got in the bank, you're supposed to either get quiet or get mad. You ain't supposed to start laughing.
Well, that's why I called up here. Trust you, I'm trying to get a second job, but even that's having some issues
there.
No,
you're not. That's not going to work. That's not going to work for you. That's not gonna work for you where you at, brother. Where you at in that place there, bro? If you ain't got a skill, you're treading water. You need to get a skill. If you've been working in the hospital system, then you understand, bro, you got to have a skill. Now, maybe you want to, if you're looking at IT, maybe you need to get your IT certs instead, because hospitals tend to be a transient industry in a lot of cases. You never know when it's going to be purchased. In Louisiana, the former governor Bobby Jindal sold off the damn state hospital system to a private company that never ran a hospital. So you never know when something wacky or crazy can happen. You never know when a new administrator might take off and decide they don't want no niggas there. You never know when they might outsource what you do to a third-party company so they can take care of everything else. So you need to have something that isn't vulnerable to those types of things that are commonplace in the medical industry and hospital industry.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, cybersecurity. So you think I should just go straight stuff? I wanted to get 2 jobs first, then get the certification. So you think I should go straight to certifications?
You can always use more money. I mean, that's not a problem. But my issue would be if the more money is getting in the way of time. Because right now, brother, you had more time before your daughter was born. Right now, you're shorter on time. So for me, it would be like, what's the shortest distance between getting these certs? Because once you get certifications and whatnot, the money comes automatically. So what I really want, my choices are you pick up a second job and it takes you a year to get your certs, or you keep your first job and you use every spare moment for the next 6 months to get your certs. I would choose number 2 because you're going to come out of the gate running, as opposed to the other way you're going to be losing time. In that case, you actually be losing money. But that's only if you're actually going to stick with it and do it. Now, if you ain't going to actually stick with it and do it and dedicate every spare moment to it, then go ahead and get a second job. But right now, you need to get what really hurts most people is not having enough income. Everybody wants to take a look at their rent. Everybody wants to take a look at the, quote, cost of living. That's not what's hurting most of y'all. What's hurting most of y'all is there's not enough income coming in. There's not enough money coming in the front door. Everybody wants to watch where they're paying out bills through the rear door, but you're not taking a look at the front door. There's not enough coming in. So the real issue is, how do I fix that problem of enough coming in? And if a second job is not going to pay you as much as it would be being certified, if it were me, I would just dedicate my efforts toward that.
Thank you. That's what I was struggling to see which one first. I ain't lie, I'm struggling right now. So that's why I was thinking about getting a second job first. But I think I was leaning towards getting a search first. So yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Well, I definitely recommend that, especially where you are, bro. Things are blowing up. You already know that. Things are already, it's not going to stop anytime soon. You all don't have a skyscraper issue there, but like I know, they're just building the whole damn thing out. That's basically going to be, is essentially going to have the economic power of Miami without the beaches. I don't think it's going to, I just see it getting worse. I see that Central Florida area, like Southern Florida, in reality, Miami has been protected by the crime rate, but Central Florida doesn't have that problem, and it attracts a different type of people there, especially with Disney basically running things. And I see that becoming the first area really in the southern United States or outside of the New York area in that part of the United States that will rival Los Angeles and New York as far as cost of living, housing, and everything else. That's going to be, that Central Florida area is going to be the Los Angeles of the East Coast, the Los Angeles of the Southeast. And I'm talking about the housing values, the rent. You won't be able to live there if you don't make $20 an hour. $20 an hour is going to be poor in the next 10, 15 years. I predict that's going to be poor there. In Dallas, Texas, for you all, it's going to be the next 20 years. $20 an hour is going to be poor in Dallas, Texas. So that's what you all are going to be looking at there. So, bro, you got to get ready now. You got to do it now.
Yeah, you're right. I used to live over there by Pine Hills and Rosemont, and they want to charge me almost $1,000. That's the hood. So that's why I came over here. If I'm going to pay that, I might as well live on this side of town.
No, I'm versed on things off the freeway, and I know where every Walmart is. I try to know where every Walmart is. I don't know individual neighborhoods like that. But if you tell me where a freeway is or near a Walmart, I can help you out. But bottom line, you need to make
sure. It's the Princeton Walmart. I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
But regardless of that, my real thing though is you need to future-proof yourself. And right now, work on future-proofing yourself. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 513. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Mike. I'm from Cincinnati.
Mike from Cincinnati. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I don't agree with you from the perspective that I think potential has a lot to say in my area, because I am a low-value man with great vision that I see that we, if I was to get with a woman, we would kind of vibe together, be able to make the money together.
Okay, are you talking about you got it now, or are you talking about potentially?
Potentially.
Okay, how do we measure your potential in concrete terms? Give me a concrete physical measurement of how we can measure your, quote, potential.
Maybe as far as my business plan, or how I have things, because what I had to do to start my business, I had a vision back in 2009 to start my business, and
we can't measure a business plan. We can't measure a business plan. A business plan, by definition, is prospective. I asked for a concrete measurement. So your business plan is another potential. It's up for conjecture. It's subjective. It's not concrete. By definition, a plan, listen to me. By definition, a plan is not concrete. By definition, a plan is intangible. By definition. So do you have something concrete?
Well, I think my hustle is concrete, because I'm.
How do I measure your hustle? How do I measure it?
Well, I can get up every day and I can go work in my industry and make sure that I have the hustle to go get more customers.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 42 right now.
Okay, you're 42. What city do you live in?
Cincinnati.
Okay, another brother from Ohio calling us. Brother, listen to me.
Yes.
How do I measure your hustle? And how do I measure if it is more or better than the next man's?
It's about the fact that if you get up every day, put your boots on.
Okay, but if the both of you get up every day, because everybody gets up every day, brother. Everybody gets up every day by definition, so we can't elevate the value of that. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets up every day, so what else you got?
Well, how early do you get up, though? It's like, do you get up and strive to complete your financial work? It's like, I didn't have my vision to start my business until I was 32. So
okay, well, let me back up and let me ask you about that there. You said if you get up, well, does he get up early? All right, let's just say you get up at 4 a.m, okay? You get up at 4 a.m, and you got up at 4 a.m every day this week, and you made $1,000. Your neighbor got up every day at 12 noon, the crack of noon, and he made $3,000 this week. Which one of you has more hustle?
Right. Has more help?
No. Which one of you has more hustle?
I got more hustle because I got up earlier. I went to go get the worm.
Okay. You say you had more hustle. Your neighbor made $3,000 getting up at 12 noon. You made $1,000 getting up at 4 a.m.
Right.
Which one of you has, but you think you still have more hustle?
Yeah. If I go from sun to sundown, yes.
Okay, that's the other thing. What if you work 12 hours? You get up at 4 a.m, you work 16 hours a day and made $1,000 this week. Your neighbor got up at 12 noon, worked until 3 o'clock, and made $3,000 this week. Which one of you has more hustle?
I think the one that got up earlier, so I think it's about the hustle. It's about your commitment to making your vision happen.
Now, here's the thing. Everyone, I know you all think I'm going to roast him for that, but I want you to understand, he's actually correct. The caller is actually right. But let me tell you why he's right, because it's not a good thing. Hustle is a subjective term, like love. It can mean whatever the person using the word wishes it to mean. It is impossible to prove them wrong because he can come up with any screwy metric he wants to and claim, well, that's hustle, that's mo hustle. But do you notice what he did not say? Take a look at the graphic on your screen right there, which is illustrating with the deposits that a man makes into the bank of male value. What is the first deposit that you make? Productivity in the form of results. Now notice he didn't say I bring superior results. He said I bring superior hustle. But he is describing, quote, hustle as a personality trait. Do you all hear that? He's not defining hustle as a result. He's defining hustle as a personality trait. Why, I've got more personality than my neighbor. Yeah, I mean, he makes more money in fewer hours, but we both hustling, but I got more hustle because, well, I work more hours. But this man is more productive with fewer hours. So doesn't mean you're wasteful. Nope. I've got personality talks, personality walks. And so understand what he's saying here. This is lines that you run on a woman. Well, hey, baby, I got personality. You don't understand. I got personality over. I got hustle. I got drive. I got oomph. I got grind. Then I take a look at your bank account. Do you have results? Well, results don't matter. You got to take a look at my heart. You got to look at my heart. You see, I got the heart of a champion. I got the heart of a champion. You know, Butterbean had the heart of a champion too. Buster Douglas had the heart of a champion too. Riddick Bowe had the heart of a champion. Oliver McCall had the heart of a champion. But you see, those aren't things we can measure. Mike Tyson had them hands. Holyfield had them hands. Lennox Lewis had them hands. Mayweather had them hands. Yeah, all of y'all got the heart of a champion, but one of you's got results. Brother,
I'm gonna get up with my hands every day, and I'm not just gonna lay down or get knocked out.
Okay, but brother, you're talking. Those are intangibles. What about your results?
I'm gonna get the results,
I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to get my results.
Okay, so what you're saying is you have potential.
I'm gonna dust myself off,
okay, but you can't guarantee it. You can't guarantee the results. You're just telling us about what you hope to do. You can't guarantee it because you don't have it yet. So you're offering us potential results.
Well, that is true, but
all right. And your woman, since you're offering potential results. Okay, sir.
No matter how much I get knocked down,
since you're offering potential results, fella, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. You're offering potential results, so that means that any woman who gets with you needs to offer you potential sex, potential companionship, and potential cooperation.
Well, I can't even agree with that.
Well, okay, so you want to offer the woman potential tangibles, but you want her to give you concrete sex and companionship. Amazing.
At least be able to cook.
Okay, but you're offering her potential benefits. Why shouldn't she offer you a potential meal?
Because that's not going to work.
Okay, then what makes you think your potential results are going to work for her?
And it might not, but
it might not.
Okay. Yeah, it might not, but I don't have. I don't think that I need to be with somebody. I need to get myself together first.
I agree.
To be able to. I need to get myself together first to be able to delve into that aspect. But my hustle is for me first. My empire is for me. My whole my whole foundation is for me.
What empire? What empire?
What the empire that I'm about to build.
Okay. So you do understand you're wasting people's time, right? Talking about potential empires. All this highfalutin, elevated delusions of grandeur and my empires, bro, we don't talk like that. Just be about it. Don't start talking about an empire you ain't. Don't even use that word. Don't talk about an empire you don't have. All you got right now is potential. All you got right now is work. You got to earn the right to use those types of words. You have to earn that. Because, see, what happens is y'all get to intellectually masturbating in your heads, and y'all are already sitting on the damn throne like that Dodge Dream commercial with the Dodge Ram Hemi. Y'all are just sitting there. You're already, as far as you can say, I'm already there. Bro, you're so far from it. What do you do for a living?
I own a business. I do smart homes.
What does that mean?
I install like door locks, lights, and everything like that. Security systems, security cameras, just to connect everything together in the home and to make them.
What company do you work? What company do you work for?
I have my own company.
You have your own company.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Nobility Smart Home.
Oh, good. What's the name of your company?
Nobility Smart Home.
Okay. Has anybody had any work done by Nobility Smart Homes in the Cincinnati area? This will be fun. How long you been doing that?
I've had the business for about 3 years, and I've been working in the industry for about 10 years.
You've been working in the industry for 10 years. You've been doing this for 3 years. And you already said how much you were making.
Right.
You think that is commensurate to somebody who's been working in an industry for a decade?
I think the technology has to catch up with my vision, and then.
What's your website?
NobilitySmartHome.com.
And you say you're waiting for the industry to catch up with your insights?
Yeah, with my vision, yes.
What does that mean?
As far as like the products that come out, the availability of the products and the technology to be more affordable to the customers.
I don't know what that means. By the way, I tried to go to your website. I can't pull it up.
It's on Facebook. You can go to Nobility Smart Home on Facebook.
Okay. Nobility Smart Home is on Facebook. All right.
Yes.
Brother, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
and I mean this as constructively as I can. How much do you weigh? Be honest. Be honest.
About 225.
225. How tall are you?
5'5".
Okay. Do you consider yourself to be competitive?
Yes, sir. I'm competitive. I'm knowledgeable about my area, and I am driven, and I am I'm a pioneer.
Okay. Well, he's got potential six-pack abs.
I mean, if you wouldn't mind, you can throw a like on the page. That would absolutely help.
Brother, I'm helping you right now.
I appreciate it. You very much do.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Please do give us a call again. Fellas, a woman is not going to waste any time with your delusions of grandeur. A woman is not going to sit here and tolerate that. She is not going to hitch her wagon to it. She is not going to bet her future on it. And that guy right there, do you know what he was? Let me go ahead and back up to the graphic I was showing you before. At the Bank of Mail Deposits, that guy was Mr. Intelligence. So if you all want to know why it was on the hierarchy that I made intelligence all the way down near the bottom of the list of valuable deposits, that call, that was it. Remember what I said about they want to offer you potential. They want to offer you personality. They want to offer you character. Yeah, they're offering everything but what make intelligence and personality and character are useless if they don't involve results. And the one thing that he didn't want to discuss was results. So if you all thought I was making it up right now, just understand that's what it really meant. And you didn't have to book a session. Caller from area code 956. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, he's playing video games. Caller from area code 410. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Terrell.
What is your name?
Terrell, can you hear me?
Where you calling from? Last try.
Terrell. And I'm calling from Baltimore.
Okay, Terrell from
Maryland.
Terrell from Baltimore.
Yeah.
What's on your mind, Terrell?
Yes, sir. It's with a D. With a D. You say there's no. You said something about high value poses and not teaching the stuff that you teaching about jobs and workforce and all this and another. I totally disagree with that. I'm not gonna say any names, but I totally disagree with that, bro.
Okay. So somebody has gone into the detail that I have.
Yes, I just heard a show the other day, 2 days ago.
No, you haven't.
I sure enough did.
No, you didn't.
It's called increase your.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, sir, you didn't. You didn't.
How do you prove that to be so?
Sir, no, you didn't.
Okay, how do you prove that to be so?
Because you're lying. Now,
no, sir.
Here's what you're going, sir. If you tried to do that, they would have just told you hang up the phone or book a session. They don't give you answers. I'm the only person anywhere who gives actual, concrete, in-depth answers. Oh, yeah, and says, call me back. What you're saying are lies, sir. Nobody does this. No one anywhere. You're just making it up. Or at least you're dumb enough and dense. You're dumb enough and dense enough to believe that book a session is actually an answer. It's not enough to tell people where they're screwing up. It's enough to tell people, go to this place, take this class, get this certification. That is what I do. Nobody else does that. Nobody else.
Okay.
Now, hang up the phone.
Okay.
No. Nobody else does that. Nobody else can. They have not lived that. They're guessing and hoping. Nobody else says, get this certification for this skill. Nobody else says, hey, these are truck drivers. Let me hook you up with them. Nobody else says, this is where you need to go. Nobody else does that. There's another thing right there. You see, the problem is a lot of y'all get taken. Let me go ahead and rant for a moment here. A lot of y'all get taken in by posers because you're not used to seeing concrete results and you don't demand it. You see, a dreamer gets taken in by another dreamer. When your life is jive talk, you can get taken in by a jive talker. When your life is a bunch of jive talk, you don't even know how to measure concrete, practical information. You think that anybody telling you, hey, you need to go to school, or somebody parroting the things that I said, they parrot what I said, but they can't parrot the answers because when you start asking in-depth questions, they tell you book a session. The last guy, by the way, that last caller, did he sound very bright or did he sound like another GED student? I challenge any of you, as a man, go ahead and call up your high-value posers and ask them, hey, I want to ask some in-depth questions. All they're going to do is sit there and tell you, well, you know, you need to do something different. You need to go back to school. You need to get your value up. When you ask an in-depth question, I can't really deal with this right now. Book a session. Get off this phone, book a session. I don't have to do that because I don't have the time to talk to you for 2 or 3 hours. I can give it to you in 2 minutes. Your life will be straight. That's for people who know. So to the slow kids, the GED kids, the ADHD kids, you don't know. And because you don't know anybody talking, you consider them to be equally valid. And that's the reason you can't get results, because in your world, jive talk and concrete results are equally valuable. This is why it's impossible to game some of you up, because low value and low intellect tend to go hand in hand. Did I just say that? Low value and low intellect tend to go hand in hand. And when somebody who hasn't presented a single scintilla of proof that they know anything, that they have any high value contacts, when you sit there and still continue to listen to them, that tells me that you're too dumb to educate about high value, low value, or anything else. Not being rude, I'm just being honest. When somebody talking has the same validity to you as somebody presenting concrete proof, that's a personal issue. But I'm not going to pretend like they're equal. We're not equals. We're not equals. And if that offends you, that's too damn bad. If that offends you, that's too bad. If you got took and you got taken in and that offends you, that's too bad for you. It's too bad that you were that dense and that slow. But let's just be very clear. TD Jakes and Creflo Dollar, you got a whole bunch of niggas from the church. Whole bunch of niggas who got these church backgrounds, and they're very good at running lines and talking their way through something and running a hustle. They got these church backgrounds. They're very good for talking their way through things. And to low intellect, low IQ individuals, ooh, that was an answer. The nigga literally just told you shut up and go away, and you talking about, ooh, that's an answer. A fool and his money never should have been together in the first place. Caller from area code 470, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, this D. What's up? What's up, Jay?
Where you calling from, sir?
Atlanta.
D from Atlanta. You're sounding real slow, brother. What's going on?
Oh, nothing's going on. I just called in.
What is on your mind, sir?
I disagree with everything. What'd you say, brother?
What is on your mind?
Calm down, brother. I just called.
This fella is sitting over here doing weed or he's playing with himself. I'm not really sure. Caller from area code 305. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason, what they do? This your boy One Love again out of Miami, calling from Alabama, man.
One Love from Miami. What did you take issue with?
Man, I'm glad that you finally did your rant, man. You know, I took issue with all the callers from Miami and Florida. You was asking for the people who was admitting that they was low value. And I just want to take the sheet off of the bird cage for your viewers, if I could.
Okay, well, right now I need the callers to do that. But if you agree with me, that's great, brother. But I'm really looking for the callers who are disagreeing with what I have to say.
No, sir.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call. Yeah, for the folks who are disagreeing with it or taking issue with it, I don't need anybody to call up and say, well, Jason, give me a few minutes and I can explain to you and clarify. I've already clarified it. Let me get caller from area code 571. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 571, last try, you're on live. Okay, caller from 571 is playing Super Mario Brothers. Caller from 202, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
This Negro is across the damn room.
Oh, no, I'm in the bathroom. My bad. Hello? Yeah, it's Steve calling from D.C., Washington, D.C.
Steve calling from the bathroom in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Why am I so unsurprised? Why do I just know that this is going to be confirming everything I said? Go ahead, Steve. I can't wait to hear this.
All right, so, I mean, where do you want me to start? You want me to tell you how old I am, or?
I guess you can start by flushing the toilet, you damn ignoramus.
I'm not in the bathroom, man. I was just chilling in the bathroom. But, all right, anyway. I'm 30.
No, he didn't wash his hands either. No. Fellas like him don't wash their hands.
I wasn't using the bathroom, Jason. I was just sitting in the bathroom chilling. But anyway, all right. I'm 36. I'm into videography. You know, I shoot videos. I just got a job at an online radio station, and basically, I'm calling just trying to get some advice, like how to make more money, because I know I don't make enough, and I want to at least be financially stable to, take care of myself and, just be able to live comfortably financially, as well as make more money, you know what I'm saying, to leave for my kids if I do have kids, and, stuff like that.
I hope we can avoid that. What city are you in? Turn off your speakers. Last time I'm going to tell you, turn off your speakers. Don't turn them down. Turn them off.
I'm on my house phone. I don't.
I'm clearly hearing myself. What city do you live in?
I live in Washington, D.C.
And how old are you?
I'm 36.
36 years old.
Yes, sir.
And how much money do you make a week?
This week I made about $900
in DC.
Yeah, about $900 this week. But I'm shooting videos every week, and I'm also doing a podcast. So yeah, I'm making about between $600 and $900 a week if I get shoots, to be honest.
For a guy who I do that, I'm a filmmaker. And there are some jackalopes on YouTube and whatnot, but the truth of the matter is, let me guess, you shoot music videos? There's really only two markets, music videos and weddings.
Yeah, correct, music videos. I'm trying to get into documentaries.
And the problem with shooting music videos is everybody's offering that, including high school kids.
Right. Understand.
So the market is too damn saturated.
Mm-hmm.
You've already topped out. Unless you really make a name for yourself, and that'll take years. The cats who started 10 years ago, they make more money off of YouTube than they do shooting videos. Oh, can I say names? YG Imaging? Or YC Imaging?
Yeah, I follow him.
Okay. These cats make more money off of YouTube than they do shooting videos, bro. They only get to charge like $1,500 a video to shoot a music video. Whole damn music video and doesn't charge $1,500. We can go down the list. I'm not spitting on nobody, but hey, bro, let's just say what it is. Y'all ain't making no money at that over there. I'm just saying, they're young cats, okay, fine, but the money they're making now, that's gonna be it. Now, if you want to start talking about making documentaries, now you're trying to get off in my world. Now we're in the world of producers. High-value posers can't help you with this. Now we're off in the world of producers. Now, you want to talk about making a documentary? You're basically saying I want to be a filmmaker. Do you know how to make do you know how to write a story?
Yeah. I mean,
Do you know how to write a compelling story that somebody would actually want to see? Yeah. There's the problem. Everybody can use a camera, but can you use the camera to tell a compelling story?
I think I can.
Okay. Well, be ready to put in somewhere around $50,000 or $100,000 if you're going to put together something good, and that's really the ground floor. That's not even really a big budget or a regular budget for it. So are you ready to put that much into it?
Yes.
Good. How much money you got in the bank? Let's get started.
Right now, like 20,000.
Okay. You do realize you're a little short.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to get into do other things to.
What would you like to make? What would you like to make a documentary about?
Something that is gonna black people. It got to be about black people. To be honest, I mean, I don't want to. I would have to give it some thought, but I want it to be like.
Okay,
it got to be
so
something
you're not
about.
So you're not sure what you want to make a documentary
not
about.
100%, Jason. No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I know that I can make one. I know that I can do
Okay,
this,
brother,
but I just
here's the problem, okay? To be a documentary filmmaker, you got to have cameras, you got to have tripods, you got to have lights. You're going to have accessory equipment, depending on how you want to shoot it. You're also going to need the right kind of lights. You're going to need to be able to transport it.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to try to shoot everything in D.C., and it's very hard to make a documentary in just one city, because who wants to see a documentary about just one city except the people who live in that city? So you're going to have to travel to different places, which means travel and get set up in different places.
Okay.
You're going to need a full-fledged travel budget. You're going to be bringing other people with you. Can't do it by yourself.
Right, because I'm kind of am doing everything by myself.
Now imagine me when I shot Race War. You can see all the cities I went to.
Yeah.
Okay. New York, Los Angeles, D.C., Atlanta, Detroit. I mean, you can see where I went. So, with all that having been stated, those costs are going to rack up really quickly. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying prepare to put the next 5 years of your life into it.
I'm willing to do that.
And that's just to get good. That's not really to make any money, but that's just to get good. What kind of camera do you have?
I just bought a Sony A7 I 3i. A7i3. So that's what I'm using right now. And I have a Sony A6000. I use both cameras when I shoot podcast. This podcast that I'm shooting.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, that's an all right camera. What you do with it is more important than anything else. Basically, I would tell you get started.
All right, we'll do. Well, I mean, that's what I'm doing, but yeah, I'm on it.
And how old did you say you were again?
36, sir.
Okay. Well, you don't have time to waste.
Right. Understand.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight, folks. You got to be careful. A lot of this stuff is very saturated to begin with. Very saturated. You got to make sure that you are focused. I'm not going to tell the young man what he can't do, but you got to be focused. Caller from area code 575. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Dijon from Columbus, New Mexico.
Dijon sounds like he's calling us from underwater.
Can you hear me?
Okay. What did you want to take issue with?
Yes, I was just calling just to get some advice, just to improve my life right now. I just feel like I'm at a point in my life where I'm just working a dead-end job and just need to improve it.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 25.
And what is your occupation?
I work for Lowe's. I'm a delivery driver.
Okay. Well, you do have a dead-end job.
Correct. I'm just trying to figure out some ways just to get better. I listened to you once before, and you told go to school.
What are your skills?
Tangible, so, as of right now, I don't have any skills.
Why not?
The only skills I have are any. I really don't have the answer for it.
Did you say
right now I'm trying to go to school to get some skills?
Okay, we don't try to go to school to get some skills. At 25 years old, what do you want to do with your life?
Eventually, try to open my own business and.
A business doing what? Opening a business is not a plan. A business doing what?
So basically, right now, I'm trying to do, really trying to get into, well, within my area, there's a market for seafood I can do down here. There's a lot of people down here that particularly don't do seafood. I live in a place where there's a lot of Hispanics, so I feel like I can particularly take that market down here.
Okay. And you say you're in Albuquerque?
No, I'm 4 hours away from Albuquerque.
Okay. Where at New Mexico are you at again?
Clovis.
Okay. You said you did recognize there are a lot of Latinos there, a lot of Hispanics there, and you see that as a plus?
No, not necessarily. I'll just say I know the market that there's so much, I would say, businesses that they're opening down here. So I know there's a market for basically people I guess you say get capital from.
Okay, first of all, you're talking like a little child down in your shoes, and that doesn't make people want to help you. Why don't you talk up like a man? Let's start there.
Yes, sir.
Because you're talking like a little child down in your feet, and there's some Hispanics out here, and maybe I can do. Dude, that's not very cool. You don't sound like you're 25. You sound like you're 5. Do you actually think that you're going to be able to do business with all those Hispanics? Do you think they're going to do business with you?
I believe so.
So you believe believe that, and by the way, the black population in the state of New Mexico is very small, and that means you're probably the only black person they talk to, and you think that you are going to be able to do business with them.
Yes, just because the simple fact of the businesses that do open up down here, they do succeed. There was also another black dude that lived down here. He opened up a barbecue spot or a barbecue place, and he was very successful. So I feel like I can
define very successful.
So I would say always continuously having customers around doesn't particularly seem to have any slow or.
I don't know how any black person can sit up and tell me in the 21st century that they can go walking off into a non-black neighborhood and gleefully brag that those people are going to be thrilled to be doing business with you. In the 21st century, it stuns me that somebody would say that. It just stuns me.
You're correct.
I don't even know why you would say that. I don't even know why. Do you speak Spanish?
No, I don't.
I go through New Mexico all the time. Along that Interstate 10 corridor. I go through New Mexico all the time. When I head out to California. Once you get west of Texas, if you don't speak Spanish, you're dead in the damn water. You're dead in the water.
Yes, sir, you're right. I'm not particularly trying to stay in Clovis for the rest of my life. I'm just trying to get some advice so I can move somewhere where I can.
What is your skill?
To improve my life.
Okay, let's get to the point. What is your skill?
I don't have any skills.
Okay. We need
skills that I have are based off my job. So.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Okay. And how much do you weigh at 6'3"?
About 250.
Well, you are in good enough shape for your height, or at least he claims to be. But the issue that we're having here is you are not focused. And right now, you've spent your time being big labor. While opening up a chicken joint might sound like an idea for you, I think that's a horrible idea. The Lowe's truck, do you drive it or do you unload it?
I drive it.
Okay.
Well, I do both.
So he drives it and unloads it. Why have you not gotten your CDL?
So basically, the situation I'm in now, I won't be able.
What did you do?
I can't afford getting the CDL. I should say.
You can't afford it? What does that mean?
So, in order to go get a CDL now, they're requiring you to go back to school, and I'm basically stuck in a situation where.
Who requires you to go back to school?
Nobody. Well, to get a CDL, you do. That's why I had my coworker that drives the flatbed. That's what he was telling me, that you have to go back to school, a CDL. I guess they just passed a new law about that.
No, what the hell? Okay, I'm just going to assume your buddy who told you this, was he white or black?
He was Hispanic.
Wow, those are your Hispanic friends, by the way.
Never said he was a friend.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
no. Those Hispanic friends that you were so sure a few moments ago were gonna help you and do business with you and whatnot, and he just told you a bald-faced ass lie. Listen to me. Just call a local truck driving school. If you don't have one, I got a Facebook group with a bunch of truck drivers in it. What you were just told, that's bull crap. That's bull crap. He was telling you that, though, this is what they do. 25 years old with this we all minorities mess. And this guy just sat up here and told you a bald-faced ass lie so that you won't be competing with his people. He just told you a lie so that his folk will be sitting there getting all the contracts, getting all the CDLs, and he done sent you off. Oh, no, bro, you don't want to do that. You can't do this. No, that won't work for you, man. You got to go to school. You got to get a degree. You got to get certification. You got to get licensures, man. It's a big deal. Just sat up here and told you a bald-faced ass lie. And I want you to keep this in mind for the damn future. You have no friends. As black people in those areas, these other folks see themselves as at war with you. They are in competition with you, and they will resort to everything, including underhanded lies, if it undermines you, so that you're not competing with them. Is this somebody you know personally?
No, sir. He's only a co-worker from the job.
He's a co-worker at your job, so you do know who he is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want you to prove me wrong. Got it?
Yes, sir.
I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to write to my email address, handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. That's handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. No, folks, you're posers and you're fake folk here. You ain't got to book a session. We ain't got time to book a session. The folks who know don't have time to book no sessions. Write me at my email address, handlethebusiness@yahoo.com, after you have called a local truck driving school, and I want you to prove me wrong. Now, either that fella you were talking to is right or I am, but we're not both correct. Now, either he's right and it's a big-ass hassle, or I'm correct and in 4 short weeks, we can have you ready to drive the roads of America, whatever the latest commercial says. Now, both of us can't be right about that. We can both be wrong, but we can't both be right. One of us is misleading you. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, nobody else is on my level. Nobody else does this. If that offends you, that some of y'all got took in by other folk because you were ignorant and you didn't know you were being told a line, but the confidence man said it with such confidence that you took it hook, line, and sinker, you can be offended. I ain't got time to play them games. Folks out here need real, reliable information. They don't need struggling individuals pretending that they're not doing their imitation of Carlton Sheets. So I want you to write me. You don't have to book a session. Write me. I want you to go check on that. Do you think you can find a local truck driving school, sir, on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you actually even called and spoken to them?
No, sir. I have gone online to try to do it, but no, I haven't.
Okay. You need to call them. Don't go online. Call them. I heard I had to go back to college to get my CDL. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not asking you, nigga. I'm saying you call them and you tell them what I just said. Hey, my coworker told me I had to go to college to get my CDL. Is that right? And then wait. And then wait. And then you get ready. Now, don't go back to work and punch your coworker in the mouth when you hear what's going to happen. Don't do that. But I do want you to understand, I think you're in for a bit of a shock. No, in the chat room, it doesn't matter what kind of school at all. A CDL is just a driver's license. That's all it is. A CDL is a driver's license. That's it. That's all a CDL is. For those of you who don't know, a CDL is just a driver's license. It's a driver's license for a specific type of vehicle, but it's just a driver's license. And just like you didn't need a degree to get your Class A, Class D, depending on where you are, you don't need it for C or anything else. You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need any type of special education. That's the issue. That's what I'm trying to make sure about folk understanding here. I'm sorry, I'm messing up my driver's licenses, but you all get the point. Jason, it's not A. A is the C. Yes, nigga, I know. Jason, this Class A is the CD. Yes, nigga. He called me nigga. I was trying to correct him. In the chat room, Nathan Haygood, you got 2 minutes to call us up or I want him banned. Since he has so much to say, he's got 2 minutes to call us up or he's banned. Simple as that. Brother, I want you to make that phone call. I want you to check in on that, and then I want you to write me. And you are freely welcome to give us a call back. But I want you to write me if you don't call back. And you let me know which one of us was correct, your coworker or me.
Yes, sir. And I also do have just one more question. So I did enroll in the industrial technology class down here in my college. Do you think that's something that's actual tangible that I can work with in the future?
What are you taking?
Right now, we're just working on electrical troubleshooting right now.
No, I would just no, brother. I mean, if you're not going to school for a trade to be an electrician, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Right, but what they basically enrolled. So with that, I was gonna get a certification to try to become an electrician.
Okay. Well, just don't play around about it. Either go to trade school and get certified to be an electrician, or get a CDL. But don't play around about it, and don't take half measures. If you want to be an electrician, go to an actual trade school that can certify you. Don't play around about it. Because you're starting to get too old to do that, so you really don't have time to waste.
Okay.
Just get right to it. Don't play.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Brothers and sisters from around the world, do you understand how much of a disservice your parents are doing you if they're sitting up here telling you that you're going to be able to go into other communities and they're going to take care of you? Do you understand that we don't have any friends? We don't have any friends who are going to be able to sit here and take care of us. That's not going to be an option for you. You're not going to be able to do that. Sitting up here raising the kids and telling them, hey, these folks over here, they're going, man, look here, they ain't got no love for you. They're going to take care of their people. If they see a bunch of do you really believe with all the restaurants they got around New Mexico and whatnot that the Latinos are going to be okay with their people lined up to go into a black person's business? Come on now. Who the hell's teaching them that? Come on. This doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Caller from area code 214. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 214, last try. You're on live. Okay, 214 has been abducted. Caller from area code 954, turn off your speakers. You're on live. If y'all aren't ready to answer a phone, no wonder you're not ready for life.
I'm ready for life. I'm doing electrical work right now. We speak. I'm the dude that called in about electrical work. I got a lot to say about that. I'm with the union from. I went to apprenticeship in Miami, Florida.
You're the dude who called in about electrical work.
Okay, my name is Rashard Marsh. I'm an electrician / stock analyst. I respect everything you do. I listen to you.
Okay. Did you have? Was there some? Okay, the line is only open tonight for people who are taking issue with what I said. Are you one of those people?
Well, I was having it's a shortage of black electricians in the trade. I got a big problem with it. That's why I called in.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, talking about electrical work.
Okay, sir.
We're
not talking about electrical work. I'm saying
if
there was something I said that you disagreed with.
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 405. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah. Hey, Jason. My name is Patrice from Oklahoma City.
Patrice from Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
Not much. We're just calling in for a little bit of advice because I feel like I fall into one of the areas of failure. And I think for me, a little bit about myself, I have a college degree and I worked in my industry for years and I lost my job and I was never able to get back to that type of work and make that kind of money. A little bit about myself. I have a degree in engineering, worked as an engineer for about 10 years. Well, actually 15, excuse me. Also, through my job, I was also able to get my master's degree, and that allowed me to teach college level math courses as well. And ever since I've lost my job, I've worked a lot of different jobs just because to pay the bills and stuff. I've just never been able to get back into that realm again.
Okay. Kind of lost me here. How old are you again?
I'm 49.
Okay. You're 49, and what's this? I've forgotten the city you said you lived in already.
Oklahoma City.
Okay. Oklahoma City. These folks are going on so long tonight, I'm forgetting where they were. Okay. You went to college, but obviously that's not working out for you.
Yeah, I graduated and was working working in my field for years.
Right. Now, okay, but what is your skill?
Skill is I'm an instructor to teach math courses.
Okay.
Also,
that's not a
my
skill.
analytical skills and stuff like that.
That's not a skill. It's not a skill. I'm an instructor. That's not a skill. That's a job. What's your skill set?
Mechanical engineering.
So you have a degree in mechanical engineering?
Yes.
Because there's no such thing as a low-employed, low-earning mechanical engineer. There's no such animal.
No, it's not.
Okay. So were you calling in tonight because you are concerned that you might be a low-level or low-value male, or what exactly was it you wanted help with?
Well, I have a game plan of what I've tried to do to recover and get back on my feet, and actually to try to start my own business. Listening to you and some of your earlier broadcasts on the business, I decided to go and pursue and start getting my to get my engineering license.
Okay.
And from
to get your
I can
engineering
legally.
No. Stop talking. To get your engineering license?
Yes.
Okay. Brother, do you have a degree in mechanical engineering?
Yes.
Where did you get your degree at?
The University of Oklahoma.
And do you have a bachelor's or a master's?
I have a bachelor's, a BS.
Okay. That might be part of the issue. But brother, there's no such thing as a mechanical engineer who's supposed to be struggling. No such thing. Now, you might want to leave Oklahoma City. You're close enough to be going to Dallas. Hell, even St. Louis. But there's no such thing as a mechanical engineer who's supposed to be looking for a side job or looking for something else. That's not really what you're supposed to. That's not really, that doesn't happen. So either you got a community college certificate or something else. But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's I'm being straight up with you. I'm being straight up honest with you. I'm not lying.
Okay.
I'm not lying to you at all.
Okay. How much money do you have in the bank?
Right now I have three from my personal account, like a couple of $1,000. That's it.
Okay. How much are you making a week now?
About $300-400.
Okay. You see the first problem?
Yeah, I don't make enough money.
$300 or $400. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding here properly. Where do you work at now?
I have a couple of gigs. One, I deliver packages up to. I actually drive a box truck, like the Lowe's truck or whatever, up to Kansas and other remote areas, delivering Amazon packages to post offices.
And you're only making $400. You're only making $400 a week.
That, and then I have a roommate that lives with me.
Okay, so you have two sources of income, which means you're making less than $400 working for Amazon.
Well, I'm only driving 2 days a week.
Okay. Why are we not driving?
That's just a part-time.
Why are we not driving more?
Because the dude that I'm working for, I'm just driving with his regular drivers off for the 2 days, like his weekend. I pick up those other 2 days.
Okay. Why are you not working more days a week? Like, obviously, this is not the lick. Why are we not doing something else?
I'll be honest with you. I think I've given. I've tried so much. I've given up.
Okay.
It seems I've given up.
Why do you think you gave up?
I just got tired of just, not being able to get back where I thought I should be, making the money I was or in the type of job that I should have. And I just feel like after over time, my attitude, I just became more and more bitter with it. And I think that's what shows through.
Okay. You know what I think it is? I'm going to be just straight up honest with you here. These are parental issues. And what this tells me, and then I'm going to get to the next part of this, somebody raising you,
90 seconds.
Heifer, if you don't be quiet. Somebody raised you to respond in an effeminate way. Men don't respond this way to adversity. We don't respond to adversity by talking about we're being emotional. Because that's an emotional response, brother. I became bitter. Who you bitter at, bruh? Bitter at who? God? Your parents? Employer? Last job?
60 seconds.
Who are we able to direct that bitterness at? Who are you directing it at?
No, honestly, I'll be honest with you. When the dude that went in there, they started messing with me and got me, and I ended up getting fired. Losing my job.
Okay. How old were you when this happened?
43.
Okay, bro, you're in your 40s.
43, 44. Yeah.
You're in your 40s fixating on a job.
10 seconds.
Baby, we got all night. You can shut up with that. That's called being emotionally excessive. You're in your 40s responding to something like that, bruh. You were looking for a job when you met him. You'll be looking for a job when you leave him. I got angry and bitter. Okay, somebody didn't teach him that as a man, you shake that mess off. You live in a system of white supremacy. They're always trying to undermine you. You're supposed to be like expecting it, but you're also supposed to be cultivating something to make sure that you don't have that problem. Now, for example, how long have you had your mechanical engineering degree?
1999.
Okay. So you've had it for 20 years.
Right.
You've had 20 years to do something different. Now you're driving for frickin' Amazon? Bruh, that's not their fault that you're this vulnerable. You've had enough years to get a PhD in mechanical engineering. You've had enough time to get a PhD. You've done nothing. So, of course, you're vulnerable. Why is it that you are not investing in yourself more now? You've had 20 years. This isn't something that just became a problem in your 40s. This has been a problem since your 20s.
Well, go ahead. Well, this is what I was going to say is that you're talking about investing in my future. That's why, right now, by the end of the year, I plan on having my engineering license.
Okay, you're going to have your engineering license, and you're going to do what?
Consult.
This brother's pipe dream.
Make mechanical drawings, design, making mechanical drawings.
Okay. Have you ever
HVAC,
where have you lived other than Oklahoma?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. How'd I know that? How'd I know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've never lived outside of Oklahoma?
No.
Is your mother still alive?
Yes.
Of course. How about your father?
He passed away a year and a half ago.
But he wasn't a very strong influence in your life?
No.
Do you have any sisters? I know you do.
One.
Okay. She older than you?
No, she's younger.
Okay. Straight up, there's a lot of feminine influence going on here. Men are supposed to be intrepid by nature. Men are supposed to be movers by nature. and you're a homebody. You're afraid to leave Oklahoma. You are psychologically handicapped. It's very clear that you need to leave. You're afraid to do it. And you're keeping your mother company. But bro, this is killing you. You're in your 40s and you haven't even gotten started building nothing for yourself. You're in your 40s with $2,000 in the bank if you're being honest. In your 40s, basically starting from zero. But the reason you're starting from zero is because you're afraid to leave. You are afraid to leave Oklahoma. In the words of Sam Cooke, because I don't know what's up there beyond the sky, brother. At this age of life, you should be emotionally ready for everything. You're right down the street from Texas. Talking about getting a license so we can do some consulting. Do you know any engineering consultants where you are?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
How many?
Off the top of my head, I can think of 3, actually 4. 4 off the top of my head.
How old are they?
2 of them, two of them in their 50s, one might be in his early 60s, and then the other guy is almost 40, I guess.
And are any of them black?
3 of them are, yes.
3 of them are.
Oh, actually, yeah, and I know one more that's actually in his 70s, and he is black.
And he's still working.
Retired.
Okay.
He had some health issues and stuff, so he's, yeah.
Okay, so you're naming people who aren't even still working anymore.
Well, just that one. The other 3 are still working.
Okay. The other 3 are still working. Do they live in Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Okay. And how much do they make, sir?
I would imagine.
You'd imagine.
Ranging from anywhere. Well, I mean, from the 3 of them, from the low 80s to anywhere from $150,000 to maybe $200,000.
That would be a significant amount of licensing and contracting work. That would be a significant amount, especially living in Oklahoma City with all the competition there is out there. That would, in my opinion, that would be very optimistic. Because I know some engineers who are consultants, and that would be very optimistic. I can tell you right now, you're not going to get that.
I mean, yeah.
You're not going to get that. That would take years to get that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You're not going to get it and then, all right, the money train comes in. That's very unlikely.
No, I understand that. And also, too, I mean, in the field of engineering, for mechanical, for anything other than outside of civil engineers, having your license is not necessarily you need it, but it is a nice feather in your hat, you know, to make yourself more competitive. So,
okay. I think
that
first of all, I'm pretty sure those guys, that's not really a engineering hub where you're at. That's not really an engineering hub. And quite frankly, it's going to be a situation where I am not so sure about any of that. I can't vouch for the validity of what you're saying because that just doesn't sound right to me. What I am going to say is you haven't, even with your bachelor's, you should be able to do it. You should be doing a hell of a lot more than doing Amazon. I don't know if there's a drug habit involved. I'm not sure exactly what it is. There's obviously some mommy issues involved. You've turned into a 40-something-year-old homebody, sticking close to mom, when in reality, you should have been left and went somewhere else. A long time ago. You should have been left and didn't do it. And if you didn't make anything with your bachelor's degree, why would I believe that something's going to change radically with a, quote, engineering license? Why would I believe suddenly that's going to change? You didn't make good with the degree.
Let me ask you this. How is that?
What's to prevent you from sitting on your license the way you have on your degree? It's just going to be a sheet of paper. It's just going to be a sheet of paper. You're sitting on your bachelor's degree. Why would I not believe you're going to sit on a license? You're sitting on your bachelor's. You're sitting on that now.
So let me ask you this. So, for someone in my situation, you said move. What else would you recommend?
Okay. The first thing I recommend is desire. You got to want a better life. You got to want to quit dreaming and start having. That's the first thing I recommend. You need a better life.
Okay.
Now, when you have that, then everything else comes from there. But right now, that's what you're lacking. You're lacking a better life. Oh, you're lacking desire. And I don't know how to give you desire. You got to have that for yourself.
Right.
You got to want to have a better life. You're going to have to want to have that. If you don't want it, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
So, do you actually want to have a better life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
How bad do you want it?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I called you because I need help and I need to do something. So if whatever it takes, at this point, humble myself, do what I need to do. The desire, the will, and fortitude to make it happen. We need to do it, and that's all it is to it.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say about it, but I'm being honest with you.
Well, first and foremost, you need desire. That's the first thing. But second of all, you're going to have to want to prove it to yourself. You are going to need to expand your options. You can't really tie yourself to Oklahoma City. You got to go wherever the money is. And just based on what I've seen over the last 20 years, you took a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering that should have had you making $200,000 a year now and turned it into a part-time job driving for Amazon. And all this other stuff about all these other jobs and things, bruh, a man shakes that off. We can't carry that forever. Those might be legitimate things that happen to you, but you're supposed to bounce back. Because the only person that's hurting now is you. That's the only person that's hurting now is you. They're not getting hurt, you are. A lot.
Well, that's why. I'll be honest with you. That's why I called, because I reached out to you because I needed help.
Okay. Well, definitely the first thing I'm going to tell you, bro, is if you can't do anything with your bachelor's, why would I believe you're going to do something with a license? If it were me, I would start there. And any place that you can make a good going of it with your bachelor's degree, you'll just be able to make a hell of a lot more with your license. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Oh, yeah.
How long ago?
Yes, I have.
How long ago?
Like 5 years ago.
5 years ago. How much did she weigh? Be honest.
Yeah, 150. I'm being honest, man. You're not going to clown me today. She is like 150, and she was short, so I just cut to the chase.
Okay.
Like she was like 5'3", something like that.
A good size 16. A woman is a representative of where a man is in life. She's also a representation of what he aspires to. If he doesn't have a woman around, I start questioning what he's aspiring to. If he's not attracting women, even if he doesn't want a woman, he should be attracting them. And the quality of woman that he attracts is going to tell me a lot about him. A woman also is going to stay on your ass about upgrading. First order of business for you, bruh, is going to be using your mechanical engineering. That's going to be the first order of business. Stop sitting on it. If you sit on that, you're just going to sit on any other licenses you get. That's all.
Okay.
Next order of business, if you want to get your license, okay, fine. I don't know how much more is going to get done, but okay, go ahead and do that. After you do that, if you got friends who can help you with it, that's okay too, I suppose. But my concern is if one bad experience was enough, if just getting fired was enough to knock you on your ass, what's going to happen if you don't get clients? Then what? So I'm saying is this is psychological.
Yeah. No.
This
I
is psychological. This is not academic. This is psychological.
No, I see. How am I going to react to that? When I don't have clients.
Yeah, who you going to be bitter? Who you going to be bitter at this time? Last time, well, they fired me, and I just been bitter and beating up myself. You didn't even beat them up. At least go to the job and do something to them. You didn't even do that. I'm here beating myself up. Okay. And if you can't get clients, well, they're all jackasses anyway. Let me beat myself up some more. At some point, we got to say this far and no farther. At some point, we have to say, I'm making my stand. I would recommend you just do it from where you are. There's no way in the world you're going to tell me that somebody doesn't want a degree from mechanical engineering right where you are right now. There's no way in the hell that's the case. There's no way. You mean to tell me that there is not a single mechanical engineering position in the entire state of Oklahoma? Because I'm going to tell you right now that's a lie.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, then why are you not?
I'm not. No.
Okay, then why do you not have one of them?
Because I gave up.
Okay.
I just, I
okay.
Gave up.
I'm going to have to move on here in a moment, but understand, giving up simply means you stopped believing in you. There's no help but self-help. At some point, you stopped believing in you. And you are going to have to start believing in yourself again. But you're going to have to start, the answer is to believe in you. You have to believe in you.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. One quick question: Is it can I contact you through email? Is that okay?
You can contact me by email with your results.
That's what I mean.
I don't chit chat. My email address is handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. And I want you to come back when you have some results. There's a bunch of mechanical engineering positions. You need to have one of them. And make it your goal that you are not leaving that son of a gun until you're excelling. But that this is it. No more running around. We are going to make this work. Even if it doesn't want to. We're going to make it work.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for giving us a
I
call here tonight.
Thank you.
Now, I understand there's a lot of fellas out here and whatnot. You've been through some things. Life has done thrown some curveballs at you. But that's what life does. Life throws curveballs at you. It's not about getting knocked down. It's about getting up. Caller from area code 732. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Oyedele. I'm calling from the Bronx, New York. I'm 40 years old.
All right, Oya, what's on your mind?
Yes, this is actually my first time, watching your program. And as I watched your program from the beginning, a lot of the liabilities that you set forth, pretty much are me. And, I hate to say this, but I am, a low value man, and I want to get out of this. I don't want to say my life story or anything like that, but I just want to get out of this.
All right. How did you end up a low value man at, how old are you again?
40.
How did you end up a low value man at 40? Give us the Reader's Digest version.
Well, I'm currently a paralegal now. I'm working in New York. I'm working in a law firm. I make about $80K a year. And I wanted to go to law school, but, it was just too expensive. And I can still go, but, I have student loans to pay for. I have a condo to pay for. And, I just also too, I'm not, when I work, I'm surrounded by attorneys anyway. And what I find is that all of them are just, are aggressive, and all of them are just pit bulls, and I don't have that nature in me, and.
Well, first of all, they're attorneys. First of all, they are attorneys. You're a paralegal. So you're dealing with two separate things. You're not in their league. You're not going to get the results they're getting.
Right.
Also, because you're not getting the rewards. Rewards drive a man. Success feeds success. But if your level of success and your level of reward is low, then things are going to suck. Things are going to suck. Now, did you say you're in the Bronx?
Yes, I am.
So the person in the chat room talking about how can he afford a condo? He's in the Bronx. Short answer. Condo in the Bronx doesn't mean the same thing as condo in Manhattan. Hell, it don't even mean the same thing as condo in Queens or Brooklyn. Not spitting on you, bro. I just want to articulate that for them. Bottom line here, brother, is, let me find out here. Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Okay. What drives you?
I mean, honestly, what drives me is the reward. What drives me is to see, my siblings proud of me. I'm the youngest, so seeing them proud of me, and.
Are they proud of you now?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
then let's. Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. Here's the problem. If there's a doubt in your mind, the answer is no. There's doubt in your mind. The answer is no. Do you believe that you are achieving your potential?
I mean, I think, on a daily basis, for the most part, I'm achieving what I'm achieving, but I don't know if that's my potential.
Okay.
And
here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're not defining what you want out of life. You're not defining what you need. You're not defining where you're supposed to be. You see, the reason why we have luxury cars is those are aspirational vehicles. And that gives a person a place to direct their energies in their life. Now, if all you want is a one-rib studio apartment in Spanish Harlem, all right. You want to live above somebody's garage in Jamaica, Queens? Okay. If you want to have a 2,500 square foot loft in Midtown, you can get that too. But you're going to get what you aspire to. And right now, I'm not hearing anything you aspire to. I've asked you several different questions. Everything is, it could be, maybe, could be. I mean, they might be proud of me. I'm not sure. And your life is showing that ambivalence for it. You have good, honest work, but clearly you don't feel esteemed for it. Very clearly you don't. And you said you make $80,000?
Yes. Which is not a lot in New York.
No, it is not. It's starting to not be a lot everywhere. But my point is, in New York, you are delivering mediocre results. What does your woman think of this?
I don't have a woman.
Okay. Well, that might be a good thing, but then again, I'm also a firm believer that when a fella has no female company, he doesn't have anybody to gauge whether or not he's succeeding. You see, fellas, hypergamy is a good thing because hypergamy gives you a constant barometer as to whether or not you're doing okay. It really does give you a constant metric and a constant gauge whether or not you're doing all right. And if you don't have anybody else who is an outside objective observer, you know what? A woman gets with you when you're successful. That's why women are useful. They give you a gauge of if you're succeeding. And the more quality and value the woman is, the more accurate the gauge of if you are succeeding. But if you don't have any objective third party who the only reason they fool with you is because you're succeeding, then you don't have anybody be honest. Your parents aren't going to be honest. Your family is not going to really be brutally honest. You need somebody who's like, look, as long as you're succeeding, I'm here. You start falling off, I'm gone. So that you've got that constant pressure on you from somebody who's not lying to you. But when you're by yourself, you kind of just do like the previous calling. You start sinking and suffering. You start going downhill and there's nobody to stop you. Because the only gauge you've got is yourself. And of course, you're sitting there being so, quote, understanding of yourself. I mean, I'm screwing up, but you see, the reason is because, and I work with all these attorneys, I can't really keep up, but the reason is because, we're always sympathetic to ourselves. It would really help to have somebody who's not sympathetic. Somebody who's just like, look, if you produce, I'm here. If you don't, deuces. Deuces. No kidding.
Correct.
So, all I can really say to you here, bro, is you don't have aspirations. How the hell you end up in New York City and don't aspire? What do you have a car?
No.
Okay.
Because, I work in the city.
I mean, it's not unusual in New York City. What I'm saying is, do you have any type of gauge or measurement of your success so that you can say, okay, this is where I'm starting and I got to upgrade this? Because your attorneys do. Whether it's a house, a car, whatever. Something where you're like, okay, this is what I got now, but I need to be something that measures how competitive you are.
Maybe clothes.
that can help, but the real thing is something in the outside world. You're a paralegal. What are you doing to improve? I mean, okay, right now you make $80,000 a year. Ask what I asked the previous caller, because this is what low achieving, low value, low level men have in common. You make $80,000 a year. What is your plan to get to $160,000 a year?
It's to probably, do what I'm doing for the next 3 to 4 years until, I vie for a position that makes at least, 100,000 or more.
Okay, how's that going to work? And why don't you do it now if it's going to be available in 3 or 4 years? Why are you not just doing it now? Why are you waiting?
Because I have to work where I'm at, in order for me, because otherwise I would be just jumping around from job to job, which in the legal field is not that good at all.
Okay, you say you have to work on your math. You have to work on your math to do what?
Come again?
You have to work on your math to do what?
No, to meaning to work, at my current job for, 3 to 4 years and then vie for like maybe another paralegal position that would be, over.
Okay, brother. Okay. Here's my thing. What's the most a paralegal can make, sir?
Actually, from what I'm seeing, in most job positions that I see, somewhere between 100 and 110.
Okay. You're already making 80. What is your plan to double your I meant what I said. To go from 80 to 160. What is your plan to double your income in the next 5 years? Sounds like that sucked his soul. It sounds like that sucked his soul out when I said that.
Well, because, the next best thing is to probably go back to school, go to law school, but, that's also taking on more student loans. The next also other thing is to maybe change careers, maybe go into finance or something. But, I don't have the background, to get into finance.
Okay.
So, and also too, I'm 40. I mean, that means whatever new venture I get into, I have 20 years or 25 years.
You think you got 20 or 25 years? You really believe that?
I mean, I'm healthy, I still have my breath, but, then again,
brother, you live in the most aggressive financial city in America. Probably the most aggressive financial city in the world, although London is kicking New York's ass right now. Bruh, you need to have a plan to double your income. You need to have a plan to double that. Now, if you want to go to law school, that's great. Although, that's hit or miss. Increasing your paralegal, quote, experience, yeah, that'll add another maybe $20,000 a year, which is roughly another, $1,500 a month or so. But that's not going to double it. And you're talking about 40 like you're young. Well, I guess as opposed to some of the older lawyers you work with, yeah, that might be young compared to them, but it isn't otherwise. And you really need to have a plan for doubling that income, not 50%, 20%. You need to have a plan to make it a solid 100% more than it currently is. You need to have a concrete plan to solidly make it 100% more than it is. because that's not what's happening right now. As far as paralegals go, you're just about topped out. As far as money is concerned, you're just about topped out. Now, what you do with it next is up to you. But as far as a paralegal, you've just about gotten everything you're going to get. But you already know that.
Certainly.
Have you considered, with what you do and stuff, the firm that you work for, what is their specialty?
They're a full service law firm. So they do litigation and they do bankruptcy.
Okay.
And but I work in the corporate end, which is capital markets, private equity.
Then why haven't you looked at becoming a equities trader, banker, broker? Why haven't you looked at that?
My apologies. I never thought of that.
The next few years that you would waste trying to get, quote, more experience as a paralegal, you could be getting your, I forget the number form that they call it, though, to become certified for that, for securities and whatnot. You could, the next 3 or 4 years that you spend waiting in paralegal, you can still be a paralegal and go ahead and get certified for securities, get licensed for it, whatever off the top of my head. I know my securities people are going to kill me for it. But, bro, you're already working in those circles now.
What?
You probably know a few of those people.
Like a securities trader, equities.
Yeah, I mean, that's one.
Securities trader.
Series 7. Yes, thank you. I was about to say BMW. I keep thinking BMW. Every time I think about that for securities, I keep thinking BMW, and that's because it's 7 Series. I keep thinking 7 Series, and it's Series 7. But my point is...
There's a series...
Okay, sir.
I'm sorry.
We're not here to educate me. We're here to help you. I don't need a securities license. You, however, might be able to use... You might be able to use one. I don't need a securities license. But I heard somebody in the Bronx who's a paralegal, he might need one. That might do him some good. Hell, you probably know some securities traders, do you not?
Well, my brother was a Wall Street trader.
Oh, hell. You're underachieving.
I'm not.
You're underachieving. Your siblings are not proud of you. You want to change that? Hello?
I'm still here, yes.
Yes, I said, would you like to change that?
Yes.
If I were to give you a piece of advice, that would be the advice I'd give you.
I'm listening.
Right now, you are working with a firm that handles financials, bankruptcies. I'm pretty sure that they got some traders or firms as clients then. Your brothers worked in the field. There's no reason that you couldn't do brokerage, securities, something. You're already a paralegal, which means you understand that type of parlance. It wouldn't be very hard for you to switch over. The next 3 years that you're talking about enhancing your paralegal skills, you could get something that would actually get you some real paper and real accomplishments. And you would be in a very competitive area that would force you to become more competitive.
And get me women.
Forget women. Women are a side effect of succeeding. Don't chase women, chase money, power, and influence. Women chase money, power, and influence. When you acquire it, they will naturally come to you. Women are already looking for where the money, power, and influence is. You become a holder of money, power, and influence, and guess what? They have to come to you. So don't chase women, chase accomplishments. Right now, you need some wins. This paralegal thing is just about topped out. Get your head straight. Go ahead and get your Series 6, Series 7, whatever. And I think that would be a good place for you to switch over to. Because the legal field, I wouldn't tell anybody going to the legal field today, to be totally honest. You know full well there's only a few big firms in every city that basically run everything. And everybody else is either contracting to them or scrapping. Wall Street Journal did a great piece about that a couple of years back. How the legal field is basically being decimated because there's only a few big firms really in America right now. They become these huge corporations and they just handle billions of dollars of cases, and everybody else either works for them or you're struggling. And everybody's trying to get in and everything else, so it's really been locked down. The legal field right now in every city, you got a few corporate lawyers killing the game and everybody else just getting by. If they can. If they can. And New York is ground zero. You know that. Y'all have got about, I think in New York City, I think there's like 20 of those type of firms. In a city of 10, 15 million people. And there's like 20 firms that basically got the game locked down. And everybody else either works for them, through them, or is out there struggling for pennies and fighting and scrapping for pennies.
Do you suggest I go into investment banking, or is that also tapped out?
No, investment banking is always going to be there. Hell, they run the damn world. But you're asking the wrong questions to the wrong person. Your brother's worked in the field. Why don't you talk to him? You don't like him?
He actually got laid off.
Okay, that's okay. He might be an antisocial jackass. You can't go off of that. You want to know about the field. Now, unless he's just totally unhelpful, you need to talk to him.
Yes, that would be a good idea.
All right, get to it.
That would be a good idea.
Then get to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Book a session. Caller from area code 919. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Finally. Hey, this is Wes from Moore, Oklahoma.
Wes from Moore, Oklahoma. And what did you want to take issue with?
Well, I don't have an issue. I just have questions.
Okay.
I'm currently an accounting student, and I was wondering, I work as a carpenter now, but I'm looking to leave my carpenter job and trying to get some experience in accounting, like build some skills like bookkeeping, auditing, and tax. But what do you recommend for that?
Okay. You say that you've taken some accounting classes?
No, I haven't started my my core accounting classes yet.
So you haven't even started yet.
But
okay.
No, I won't start those till like junior, senior year.
Okay. Then you can't do anything until you get to that point. But
well,
your goal should be to be a CPA. Just being an accountant is worthless.
That is my goal.
Okay, then do it.
But like I've been doing research online, and people they start out like doing people's taxes and bookkeeping and stuff. Do I need to? You saying I need to wait until I actually get into those classes to start doing that, or can I just learn that and start doing it?
A CPA is certified. If you want to start doing people's taxes, I mean, if someone trusts you with that, that's perfectly fine. But you asked about accounting. Accountants balance books. Taxes are a way of using that skill set to be able to use it in a government context. Taxes are just another way of balancing books. And everybody needs to pay taxes who work, so that's why it tends to be a field that has a lot of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the real reason for it. But it's just another way of balancing books. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What about bookkeeping?
I mean, that can work too, although bookkeepers tend to need clients. which is why a lot of the people trying to get started and stuff to go into taxes, because everybody needs taxes. And then there are companies and businesses that do that and stuff like that. But you're really talking about a client list now. But first,
would you recommend?
I would recommend finishing your accounting first, because here's the real thing: you hit me with a bunch of hypotheticals, and the reason you're having to do hypotheticals is you're overthinking it. What you really need to do is finish your course, because right now you're role playing and war gaming, and you could do that for the next 20 years, literally, and never get a degree and never actually do anything, and just sit there and be thinking it over. Do I go this way? Do I go that way? Well, it could be this. I read this online. Once you open up the internet, I was looking at a forum. Now we've gotten into the art of masticating. Look it up. We've gotten into the art of just endlessly handling questions and not actually picking a direction and focusing all of our energies in that direction. You don't need to ask more questions. You've chosen a direction. I approve of it. Accounting is good. Your goal should be a CPA. Your every waking moment, though, if you can become a CPA by the end of next year, do that. But the goal right now is get your CPA. Everything else comes after that. Just like the guy with mechanical engineering. I'm going to get my license. I'm going to get my license for engineering. Okay, everything else happens after that. Get your degree. Everything else comes once you do that. Because anything else is just speculation. And speculating is not an action. It's a diversion. So go ahead and do that, okay? Thank you very much for giving us a call. Right. Don't sit around talking about it, folks. Brothers, don't sit around talking about it. Be about it. Don't sit around wondering and stuff like that. You pick the right direction. After you pick the right direction, focus all your energies in that direction. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Caller from area code 718. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. Wake up.
Hi, this is Clifton James speaking from the Bronx.
Christian from the Bronx. What's on your mind?
I wanted to disagree with something you said earlier in the program. I believe that being a low-value man is something that you can actually improve upon. And just speaking for myself, I'm currently actually unemployed. And actually, that's been the case for a month now, and I was furloughed for a few months before that. But I see myself in a transition state, so, I'm able to get out from this, position, and I have goals, and I have, certain career goals and aspirations that I want to achieve. So, like right now, it might be low value because I'm, not working. I'm unemployed. But
how old are
in the
you?
future, I think I can. Oh, I'm 30 years old.
Why would you think that people or the world should give you credit for intangibles?
No one should give me credit for intangibles. Definitely, this world is built on money and money changing hands and companies being built. So
this world is built on tangible results.
Right.
And all of you fellas sitting up here attempting to save face and save your egos, spare your egos discussing something other than tangibles. Well, give me credit for potential. Give me credit for my feelings. Can y'all take it easy? Bro, we don't give no prizes, and we don't reward symbolism. Either you bring home the bacon or you get nothing. Just that simple. What you're describing is potential. And here's my question to you, like I said to the home security installer earlier. Do you have a girlfriend, brother?
No, not right now. I'm working on myself right now. I'm unemployed. So
that's great. That's a good thing right there. Okay, now, would you like your employer to give you if you get another job, would you like for your employer to offer you what you just offered us? Potential money? Well, would you like them to give you a potential paycheck? or do you want a concrete one?
Like a real one.
Oh.
Definitely.
Okay. So you mean your employer, you're not going to accept a sob story from your employer. They can't tell you, well, you see, business is rough right now, but if you're hanging there with us, you got to understand things. It'll be greater later.
Right, exactly. So, I need
so
we all got bills to pay.
So what you just offered me, you wouldn't accept that from your employer.
I didn't offer anything to you, Jason. I'm just telling you my situation and how right now I may be a low value man.
No, you're offering that to me as an explanation. You're offering that to me as an explanation that I should accept and respect. That's what you offered me. That's what you just offered me.
I'm just disagreeing with that. Low value is like a constant state. I don't believe that. Like, I believe that I can move forward in my life and build skills. Like right now, I'm working on a certificate program that will help me with my current career.
Right, we already covered that.
Become a higher.
We already covered that. Being low value is a choice, not a condition.
Right.
You choose to be there. You also can choose to leave.
Yep, and that's what I'm doing. I'm choosing to leave.
Right. That's what I've been saying for the last couple hours. Thank you very much for giving us a call. We already covered that. Let me get caller from 260 area code. You're on live with the business.
Hello, Jason. This is Justin. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, sir. Your phone is real muddled. Call us back on another evening. Get caller from area code 773. Chicago is always a gas. What is your name? Where you calling from?
This is Fred from Chicago.
Fred from Chicago. And what did you want to take issue with?
I have an issue with what you said about low value man, because I think personally, even you have said this, women choose, you have said that women have chosen you, and you have done nothing but walk inside a room. Women choose game. Game trumps everything.
No, sir, I never said that. Excuse me. Hey, don't lie on me. I never said that.
Excuse me.
I never said that. Don't fabricate things I didn't say. I have never said I just walked into a room. I never said that.
Well, I don't mean to lie on you, but you have said that you will be by yourself. What you have said that you don't approach women. Women approach you. You have said that, haven't you?
Yes, but why?
Because that's my point.
Okay, sir. Okay, no. Stop. Just stop and get gamed up. You're distorting it. You're confused. You're misrepresenting it. Stop and let's get this untangled so that you stop misrepresenting it, okay? First of all, what you are referring to is when I said that women recognize a masculine man when he walks in the room. I talk about that Denzel Washington strut. So yes, they are attracted to that. They're attracted to a man who gives off masculine cues. That don't mean his drawers handed. But they are going to physically respond to your physical presence. However, because a woman is... Sir, if you open your mouth again while I'm talking, I'm just going to drop your call, and I'm going to do the rest of this monologue without you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just because women are attracted to you doesn't mean that she has chosen you, sir. Just because a woman likes what she sees or likes what she heard does not mean that she's ready to act on it. When a woman approaches you, that means that, hey, she wants to investigate. The lames can't even get a woman to investigate. They're upset because they can't get a woman's curiosity. They can't even get her to be curious. A masculine man doesn't have that problem when he walks in the room, the way he carries himself, the way he holds himself. He's not giving off those cues that deflect women. He's giving off cues that start to pique their interest. That's what I was referring to. No, you don't really have to say anything to get that physical reaction. No.
Well, I I misunderstood that. But my point is what I'm trying to say
Didn't
is
I
from
just
what
say
I've
not
seen.
to talk again?
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No. Tell us all what you know.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you were finished. You can go on because I'm trying to get gamed up.
No, I'm going to let you finish now, since you have so much knowledge to distribute to the masses.
No, Jason, I'm not trying to be out of order. I'm trying to get gamed up. I'm trying to learn as much as I possibly can. I'm older than you, and I'm still low value, and I'm trying to get gamed up. I don't want to be in the situation I'm in. I don't know what to do. I'm in a real bad situation. I'm trying to get gamed up. I thought you were finished. If you're not finished, I'll let you go continue.
First of all, the first thing you all do wrong is you start referencing women. Women are a side effect of succeeding. If you are chasing success, women are a side effect. When you start the discussion talking about
the ultimate goal.
No. Developing and becoming ultimate you is the goal. Women are a side effect of doing that. What good does it do you to have all the women in the world if you're a deficient male? That's called being a porn star. Porn stars have all the access to sex and women in the world. They just don't have the respect of other men. So no, you can't start with women. You gotta start with you. What is it about you that other people admire? What is it about you that other people esteem? What is it about you that other people respect? That's where you start.
Well, I want to ask you a question. I have 2 film scripts. I'm 49. I'm morbidly obese. I go and gain weight and lose weight. What can I do to better myself? Like I said, I've written 2 scripts. Should I continue to take classes?
No.
I have a black magic cinema class.
No. Damn it to the no. How did you end up morbidly obese? How'd that happen?
Bad childhood. I'm on psychotropic medication. I'm on disability. I've been on it for the better part of my life. Just a abusive mother. Just messed up life. But like you say, I can't blame my parents, so I'm learning from you. I don't mean any disrespect. I just learn from you not to blame her. I can't blame her anymore. I've been through therapy, but it's just hard.
The reason that you can't blame your mother isn't tough love. It isn't because we want you to toughen up. It is because you have to understand, I could grab your mom tonight. I could yank her to the lowest depths of hell. I could let the devil poke her with his pitchfork till the end of eternity. But that's not going to fix you. It'll punish her, but it won't fix you. And if our goal and if our priority is to fix this damaged person that she did this to, the road to fixing you doesn't run through punishing her. The other problem is, if you're morbidly obese, that tells me your mama was a big-ass pig, too.
Yes, she was.
Okay, here's the point. Do you realize that you allowed her demons to become yours?
Yeah.
And like with the previous callers, brother, it starts with desire. Do you desire to stop carrying your mother's demons around? Do you desire to no longer allow those demons to be yours?
Yes.
You have to make a decision that those are her demons, and whatever happened to her in life that destroyed her value and her potential. Your mama had a crappy life. If she's still alive, it's going to be a crappy death.
Yes.
And you have to make a decision. She allowed her demons to devour her. Are you going to allow her demons to finish devouring you?
No.
Because I'm a firm believer. Somebody approaches me with their demons. No, you have to carry those. I don't know how those demons got a hold of you, but you got to carry your own. You will not transfer them to me. It's very unfortunate that she picked up those demons, but if she refuses to divorce herself from them, then she has chosen to allow them to devour her. And you will make a choice whether her demons now get adopted by you. So far, you've been letting them do it. Now, I don't blame you for everything in the world that has happened to you, but I do let you know, brother, even under the best of circumstances, parents are deficient. There's going to be something that they don't do right. It's called parenting. Nobody's going to get it 100% right. No one's going to get it perfect. There's no such thing as perfect parents. So you can't use that as an excuse either. Some of them are more deficient than others. Some are criminally deficient. It's up to you to say, I want a better life. It's up to you. You have to get up one day, you have to look in the mirror and say, this ain't me. This is not who I want to be. Mama doesn't deserve better, but I do. What do you do for a living? You say you're on disability. Have you ever worked?
Yeah, because I get SSDI, I can work part-time jobs. I work on and off.
Your first order of business is to get off of that. You see, women who can't handle brutal reality, they go looking for government benefits to lean on. You're a man. You can't respect yourself as long as your mama's on SSI and now you've become the little hoe. That's the sign of a failure. You will never be able to respect yourself as long as you're a failure. And that check is a receipt for your ass every month. You can keep getting that check as long as you agree to be a failure. See, that was the problem with the welfare state and all of the hoes from the 60s and 70s who signed on with that white supremacist devil's bargain. You can have this check as long as you betray the rest of black society and become a failure. As long as you agree to stay here, you can keep getting it. The first order of business is get off that check. Your manhood is being bought with that check. You can't have any self-respect knowing this. Every month that check comes in, it's purchased your self-respect and dignity. And you know it. Understand, the obesity is a side effect of these other problems. In the chat room, brother, what the hell you talking about? $4,000 a month isn't bad. Nigga, please. Always, you better be facetious about that. That's please. What the hell are you going to do with $4,000 a month? How much do you weigh?
400 pounds.
That is morbidly obese. It doesn't even really matter how tall you are. There's no way to be healthy at 400 pounds. You're 5'9".
Yes.
And you're 40?
I'm 49.
You are Going to be lucky if you see 50. Is that what you want?
No.
Okay. I just have one question to ask you. Do you want to live?
Yes.
Okay. Then you're getting SSI, brother, but you really need a dietitian. You really need an exercise regimen. But more than anything, you need the will to live. You are in deadly danger right now. And I'm sure every doctor has told you this. You are in deadly danger. What's it going to be?
Get this weight off and go look for a job.
Okay. First and foremost is get the weight off, sir. That's first and foremost.
Okay.
Because you can't do anything if you're dead. You can't do anything if you're dead. Right now, the psychotropic medications are really just distracting you and deflecting from it. You're going to have to make a decision. Every day you get up, you're going to eat fruits and vegetables and nothing else, because that's the medicine that is going to get your mother's demons off of you. Understand?
Yes.
Do you want it?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Here's what I want for you to do. All right?
Yes, sir.
And this is why when folk out there try to compare me to somebody else, that's why I ban y'all, because other people don't do this. I'm the only one that does this. No, there's nobody else even close. They can't even talk about these things. Nobody else does it. And they certainly don't want to make sure they follow up on it. This is what makes them fake and posers. I don't do fake. I'm not a poser. I'm not hypothetical. This is the real damn world here. You're 49 years old. This is not a great situation. But I will tell you what I will do. Okay?
Okay.
First and foremost here, if you would like me to, I would like for you to follow up with me in 90 days.
Okay.
And there is no reason why somebody who is 400 pounds can't lose 30 pounds in 90 days. If that is really seriously what you want. What I want you to do, I want you to start taking photos of yourself the way you are right now. Take your shirt off. It will be very embarrassing at first, but you need to come to grips with ground zero. Take your shirt off. Go take some photos of yourself in the mirror. Time to have a real honest moment with yourself. Take some pictures of yourself. All right?
Okay.
And then, do you have a scale that weighs you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm a firm believer in scales for people who are overweight, at least at the beginning of their weight loss program. I'm a firm believer in scales because it gives you a tangible thing that you can measure every day. When you get up in the morning, it's a constant reminder to you. You know, you said you were on SSI. That means you don't work, really. You know, I have a part-time job. You don't work. So you should be able to dedicate your whole day to doing this. Get rid of the processed foods and every damn thing else and make this your job to do this. This is your job because nothing else will happen. Want to find out here in my chat room, do I have any personal trainers? Do I have any nutritionists? Do I have anybody who's listening to me right now? If you are a personal trainer, nutritionist, or whatever in that Chicago area, I want you to get at me. I want you to hit me up at handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. If there's somebody in that Chicago area, if you're a personal trainer, dietitian, whatever, hit me up at handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. I want to see if we can try to put this brother in touch with you. One of my people who can monitor this. because I want you to be very, very clear about this. This is not a minor thing. This is not a minor thing. This is very, very serious. This is very, very serious. This is not a joke. This is not a joke at all. Do you have a regular physician?
No, I have a regular psychiatrist. I don't have a regular doctor.
Wow. So you got somebody to give you drugs for your brain, but nobody to help you for your body.
No.
Isn't that amazing? SSI will take care of getting you Ritalin and Zoloft, but they won't actually help you get a doctor to keep you alive. Talk about medical warfare. Medical warfare. This is how they do us. But, brother, you're going to have to make up your decision that you want to live. And that no matter what, you're going to do it for you. Understand that?
Yes.
Right now, all they're doing is pumping you with drugs so that you have the ability to sit here and be better in your circumstances. And that's not going to help. That's not going to help. The problem is you're carrying around your mother's baggage, literally. You're literally carrying around 400 pounds of her baggage. Literally. And I want you to make up your mind that you're not going to do that anymore. What's in your refrigerator? Do you live by yourself?
I live by myself.
What's in your refrigerator right now?
Actually, nothing. I just got brown rice, and I just go and I buy food to eat when I'm hungry, or I order out.
I buy food to eat, I buy food to eat, or I order out. Yeah. So we all know what that means.
Yeah, I order out.
Okay, we know what that means because what happens, everybody who's morbidly obese, they're ordering out. That's what's happening. And that's you. And I'm just telling you right now, as the saying goes, you're digging your grave with a knife and fork. You're not eating brown rice, baby. You're eating brown donuts and cutlets and everything else. And you're going to have to... Here's the real issue. The real issue is you haven't made a life outside of eating. What do you like to do other than eat? Tell me.
I like to read. I want to get back to writing again.
Those are not activities. What do you like to do?
That's about it. I don't get out as much as I used to when I was smaller.
Sedentary activities. And don't get me wrong, I like to read too. But brother, you have to do something that you do in the world outside of your front door. Right now, if you, like I said, if you got SSI and whatnot, you ought to be able to get a doctor. If you haven't got a doctor, why are you not going to go see one?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do know. Because you don't want to have that talk. Brother, you're 49 years old. It's now or never. You need to get a doctor. You need to actually go to a doctor so they can start working on your physical. Because you don't have enough information maybe to do this yourself. But yes, more than anything else, yes, they're right. He does need to go walk. Just something as basic as walking. Get outside the damn house, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It'll start slowly at first. But all change does. All change does. I want for you here to make sure that you contact me for that, okay?
Okay, I will.
I want you to make sure that you contact me for that.
Okay, I will.
I'm the only person in the world who will tell you all this here, but I want you to get in touch with me about that. I want you to get in touch with me about that, and I want us to go further with that. If you want to, that's up to you.
I will.
I'm not here to be anybody's big brother, anybody's, surrogate father or anything like that. But if you want a different life, if there's something I can do to help, I will do that. But right now,
I appreciate
you're
that.
going to have to take the first brave steps. You don't have a doctor and you're trying to avoid one. You are in too deep to be trying to do this by yourself. You're in too deep. You don't know enough. You don't have enough information. This requires, especially in your situation, this requires some real specialty help.
Well, I appreciate it.
Like I say, first order of business, you need a doctor. Why don't you go ahead and see about getting one? Your SSI will pay for that.
Okay.
And then I want for you to get, once you have consulted with them, I want you to write me. Okay?
Okay.
Get a doctor, get a physician, and after you have gone to consult him, write me.
Okay.
I don't know what more I can do.
All right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call.
All right. Thank you for your time, Jason. I appreciate it.
Nobody does what we do here because nobody can. Or they won't. Whatever. You're not just digits on a screen, and you're not just callers. You're real people. You're real people who have to deal with real things. I can be tough, I can be hard about things, but you're real people. And the problem that we've had the problem we have with the internet is that there are folks who sit up here and turn it into something it isn't, or at least something it shouldn't be. They turn into something it shouldn't be. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the callers right now because we're at over 4.5 hours. I really wasn't going to stay on this long, but my truck drivers, my overnight nurses, my independent contractors, we're giving you more of the insight and analysis that you can't get anywhere else. And this stuff is real. If you want to know why I'm against single motherhood the way I am, it's because they destroy these boys. I've had a whole night tonight of the children of single mothers, and these women couldn't do nothing with these boys, and they've destroyed them, they've hobbled them, they've handicapped them. They have been vicious, conceited, narcissistic savages, and these males have paid the price for their hateful neglect. That's what I have an issue with. I want to see that stop. We need to see that stop. Our warrior class has been decimated. They're aimless. They're rudderless. Some of them feel hopeless. And that needs to change now. Did you all realize how many guys called me up tonight in their 40s? Did you realize how many of them called me up tonight in their 40s? In their 40s and still don't know what they want to do with their lives. Still don't know which direction to go in their 40s. I might have to do this every week. I just might. I might have to do this every week simply so we can address them all. But this is a serious problem that we have, because as a man, you can't respect yourself. You can be from a two-parent home raised with a single motherhood mindset. You sure can. I talk about it all the time. Just because a woman is married doesn't mean that she accepts that position. And that doesn't mean that the man is an assertive leader either. And that's usually what happens in two-parent homes. The man is somehow submissive, and the woman is just running all over the damn place, corrupting the children. And this is what you end up with. These men are supposed to be leading. Do you all realize they're supposed to be leading the cats who are in their 20s and teens? Do you understand that? These men are in their 40s. They're calling me up. They're supposed to be the leaders of the teenagers and the 20-somethings. And they're just as lost as the teenagers and the 20-somethings. They're just as lost. This is what the decades-long investment in creating this single mother matrix has done. The male, you got a whole couple of generations of males destroyed, leaderless, aimless, not sure what to do. Some of them got degrees and sitting on them. Their mommy issues dominate their lives. That's the problem that you run into. If you are all wondering here, does Jason know what he's talking about? Does he really know what he's talking about? You tell me. From some of the calls that you heard tonight and some of the things that were going on, you tell me. Did I call it or did I call it? With everything I said on here. Take a look at everything that constitutes withdrawals from the male bank of value, the bank of male value. Was I accurate? Were these the things that destroy your value specifically, and specifically the way I defined it? To the ladies listening, was it accurate? I'll do what I can. I'm just one person. Hell, we got killer cops out here. I'm dealing with that. You've got all this other stuff going on out here, and this too. I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. I'm just one person. But I'll do what I can. But I want you to understand, fellas, you will not have any respect for yourself if you know. If a man is not esteemed and admired, he has no respect for himself. He can't. He can't. And when your personal self-respect is decimated and destroyed, what else can you do? What else can you do? To the women listening, I'm also doing this for you. I'm also doing this for you, for the women listening, because I want you to understand that a lot of you have been dealing with these issues also. This is a very difficult thing for you. A lot of you have been dealing with a situation like this. A lot of you are carrying that baggage around also. A lot of you have, I've always told you that a woman without a man is half a woman. And these fellas, if these fellas aren't straight, they can't help you to come into your fullness. They can't do that. You're looking for a man to create that space for you to come into your fullness as a woman. But how can he do that if he doesn't even know how to be a man or what to do? How can he do that? How? And it takes this severe toll on you as this continues happening. It just takes this severe toll. You have a bunch of half women out there, and that guy was medicating himself with psychotropic drugs, probably on antidepressants. And then you got a bunch of women out here who are trying to engage in material therapy, escapism. This stuff takes a toll. It takes a toll. It's not a game. These are real lives that are being destroyed here. It's not a game. Fellas, if you are not increasing your value, your worth in a concrete way that affects the world around you, you're not a man. That's just it. That's just it. You're not a man. If it's not affecting the world around you, you're not, and you know it. You can't fake it and play at it for any real length of time. You can't do that. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. You are going to, as a man, you measure your own self-worth at that, even if you don't want to believe it. Your self-worth is being measured by it. And every day you get up and that esteem, that respect is missing, then as a man, your self-worth is missing. And that's exactly what it's going to be. That's exactly what it's going to be. And that's what we're looking at now is a bunch of folks out here who are not able to cope with it. These are the kind of things that I want for you to take into account. These are the kind of things that I want you to understand is happening to you here. These are the kind of things that are causing you problems. These are the kind of things that therapy really needs to be there for, although I wonder what these people are doing as far as therapy is concerned. I wonder what's happening. I wonder what is happening for them. So we're going to see what we can do to help get that straightened out for you here. In the meantime, I want to thank you all for showing up here tonight. If you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, you want to go ahead and do so now. If you haven't clicked that yellow notification bell, you want to go ahead and do that as well so you can stay up to date on what's happening here. Definitely going to be what you want to keep up with here. This is the business. We do what nobody else does. If you are new here to the business, I want to welcome you to this channel. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do that so you can catch us. We kind of broadcast intermittently, but it'll get better for you here. In the meantime, this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.